गुर ते जानी, नानक बोले हर हर बाणी। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से भारत की धरती को नमन करती हूँ। णमो जिणाणम, जय जिनेन्द्र। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सानिध्य में नवीन संसद भवन के भव्य उद्घाटन समारोह के पावन अवसर पर प्राकृत भाषा संस्कृत में जैन प्रार्थना। सुरासुर मणु सिंध वंदितम बोधिघाई कमलम पड़मामि वर्धमानम तीर्थम तारम हरिहंतो भगवन्तेन्द्र महिता सिद्धाश सिद्धीश्वरा आचार्यादिन शासनोन्नति करा पूज्या उपाध्यायका श्री सिद्धांत सुपाठिता मुनिवरा रत्नत्रया राधिका पंचैते परमेष्ठिनः प्रतिदिनं कुर्वन्तु ते मङ्गलं, कुर्वन्तु नो मङ्गलम्। यदि चैतन्ये मुहुरैव भावाश्चिदचितः समं भान्ति ध्रुव्य व्ययजनिलसन्तोऽन्तरहिता जगत्साक्षी मार्गा प्रकटन परो भानुर्वयो महावीर स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे। जैनम जयतु शासनम। भगवान महावीर के 2550वें निर्माणोत्सव पर सभी देशवासियों के मन में अहिंसा की भावना हो। अहिंसा परमो धर्म की जय। जैनम जयतु शासनम।
नानक नाम चढ़दी कला, तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला, तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, उस दे सिर तो टले भला। नानक नाम चढ़दा पाड़े सरबत दा भला। बिसर गई सब तात पराई, जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई। ना को वैरी नहीं बिगाना, सगल संग हमको बन आई। जो प्रभु कीनो सो पल मान्यो, एक सुमत साधु ते पाई। जो प्रभु कीनो सो पल मान्यो, ए सुमत साधु ते पाई। सब में रव रहा प्रभु एक, पेख पेख नानक बिगसाई। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला, तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला, तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, सदे सिर तो टले भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
महतः राष्ट्रस्य भारतस्य नूतन संसद भवनस्य उद्घाटनावसरे अस्मिन् ऐतिहासिके शुभावसरे श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायाः ज्ञान विज्ञान योग इति सप्तमाध्यायस्य 7 श्लोकानां पाठः प्रस्तूयते। श्री भगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमना पार्थ योगं युञ्जन्मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मां यथा ज्ञास्यसि तच्छृणु। ज्ञानं तेऽहं सविज्ञानमिदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यद् ज्ञातव्यमवशिष्यते। मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः। भूमिरापो नलो वायुः खं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहंकार इतीयं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरष्टधा। अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूतां महाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत्। एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वनित्युपधारय अहं कृष्णस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा मत्तः परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति संजय। मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव। ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
सविता देव अमंगल जो उसको हमसे दूर करो, जो कुछ मंगल है उससे तुम हम सबको भरपूर करो। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
तो देश को मिल गया है नया संसद भवन, जो प्रतीक है हमारे स्वाभिमान का, हमारी आन बान शान का, आज़ादी के अमृत काल में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, सभी के लिए शासन के न्याय का प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। नया संसद भवन लोकतंत्र का मंदिर, आकांक्षाओं का प्रतीक और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की एक बड़ी परिकल्पना जो ज़मीन पर उतरती दिखाई दी। आज प्रधानमंत्री ने इसमें सेंगोल को भी स्थापित किया, जो कि अपने आप में न्याय का, कर्तव्य निष्ठा का प्रतीक है, जो बताता है सभी के लिए न्याय शासन सुनिश्चित करे।
बिल्कुल, भव्य, दिव्य, अद्भुत, अलौकिक, अकल्पनीय, अविस्मरणीय बढ़ रहे हैं। जिस तरह से ये उद्घाटन समारोह हुआ है और बेहद कम सीमित समय में ये पूरा जो निर्माण कार्य संपन्न हुआ है, बहुत ही भावुक कर देने वाले ये पल हैं। तो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है भारत और आज उसके एक नए मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने नए संसद भवन की इमारत को 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों को समर्पित किया है। भारत के जीवंत लोकतंत्र को एक नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने में एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। ये नए और मजबूत भारत की तस्वीर है। ये वैश्विक गुरु भारत की एक नई पहचान है। नया संसद नए और बुलंद भारत की प्रतीक है। आधुनिकता से लेकर संस्कृति का एक बेहतरीन संगम है।
So there you have it, the Prime Minister inaugurating the new Parliament building. You saw the Havan and the Puja, all of which was accompanied by the sengol being presented to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister walking up the steps of the Lok Sabha complex and placing the sengol right next to the Speaker's chair. Now, as the Prime Minister concludes that 12 interfaith prayer meeting that was recited there, the Prime Minister now walking up, I believe, to the old complex. Remember, the old Parliament complex and the new Parliament complex are right adjacent to each other. The old complex will function as a museum of sorts, while the new Parliament building will be present for the next 50, 100, 200, 300 years, what have you. So let me go across to our colleagues who are joining us nice and early this morning on the 28th of May as a new Parliament has been dedicated to the nation. Those were pictures from moments ago when the Prime Minister installed the sengol, the holy sengol, which was presented to him by the Adinams, the 21 Adinams who have come from Tamil Nadu, in what was considered the transfer of power from the British Raj to independent India 75 years ago. And now the sengol has been installed next to the Speaker's chair in the Lok Sabha. Maria Shakil, our political editor, is live with us. Arun Dhanta is joining us. Yash is also joining us. And a whole host of guests will be joining us over the next few hours. So, Maria, the significance of this moment, the dedication of a new parliament to a new India, cannot be lost on 1.4 billion Indians.
Absolutely, Zaka, and we are witnessing history unfold right before us. I mean, for journalists who have covered the proceedings in the old parliament, what will change for us, that remains to be seen, but certainly the new parliament has been inaugurated by the Prime Minister with all the rituals being followed in the morning, with sengol now being firmly installed next to the Speaker's chair. The Lok Sabha Speaker was with the Prime Minister throughout those proceedings, and then the unveiling which happened. So, you know, the first part of the day is over now, and the Prime Minister will be heading back roughly around 9 a.m. is what we are told, and then he returns around 11:30 when the dignitaries will start arriving, and then the proceedings of the parliament, the new parliament, will happen. Just look at that building, Zaka, just right behind me. This symbolizes New India. As we have been saying, what better day to remember the tryst with destiny speech of the first Prime Minister of independent India, Jawaharlal Nehru, than today, when he said that old should give way to the new, that there comes a moment, but very rarely in Indian history, and we are witnessing that history unfold. The national emblem right there, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha symbolizing those colors which are reflection of India. The lotus, which is the Indian national flower, and also the national bird, which is the peacock, is the color which has been chosen for the Lok Sabha. Overall the sense certainly is that because it is a country of over 1 billion, Zaka, the number of MPs would go up. For the last 50 years there has been that freeze or the cap on the overall numbers of MPs in both the houses, because there was no seating arrangement for them. In the Lok Sabha, which has 543 in all, that number could go up to over 800 is the sense. In the Rajya Sabha, the present number of 243 can be increased substantially to add another 100. And the Lok Sabha, when it will open those extra gates for a joint session, can accommodate close to 1200 plus MPs. So I think the sense certainly is that coming next when the overall number of MPs in the parliament will increase.
Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us. Arun Dhanta is there with us from outside the Parliament complex as well. Pallavi, so one standout feature is also the fact that no opposition party, at least the mainstream 20 opposition parties, have decided to boycott today's ceremony. Looking at, the nature of what we saw just over the last hour, couple of hours or so, this is a historic moment. This is a moment that is going to far outlive the current dispensation, the current ruling party, or even every parliamentarian who is there in Parliament today. Is the opposition sort of having, if not a rethink, but at least missing out on the history of today's moment?
Yeah, I mean, when you look back and you're going to re-look at the pictures and the visuals of today, and you capture history and you capture this big moment, I'm sure the opposition's absence is something which, frankly speaking, is not even going to be felt now, because, there's a shelf life to the entire boycott politics. And frankly speaking, when I did speak to some within the Congress party, some in the DMK for that matter, Shiv Sena, NCP, I don't think they're completely very comfortable with the idea of a boycott on a day like today. In fact, not many would agree to come on record. I think Acharya Pramod went on record to say this, that, it's all very well to prove your point. You've made your point that the President of India should have been there. But you have to be a part of that history in making, because that is what is captured on record. If I talk about a discomfort within many of the allies and those who are boycotting today, let's take a quick example of the DMK. The very clear idea that the focus is also on the Tamil Nadu belief. The sengol is actually symbolizing Tamil belief, tradition, culture. And, AIADMK has seized that moment. They have condemned what the DMK has done because they are boycotting it. And DMK is primarily a Tamil Nadu-based party. And not being a part of this historic moment when sengol is going to occupy the pride of place inside Parliament, right behind where the Speaker is going to be speaking, I'm sure that's going to come up in Tamil elections. And AIADMK is not one to let go of this opportunity. Look at Shiv Sena and the NCP. I also get a sense that many of them were stumped by the announcement which was made by the Home Minister when he announced the sengol being put up. I think they never calculated that this kind of a surprise could actually be sprung on them. Shiv Sena and the NCP have always cautioned the Congress party, please don't make any attacks on Savarkar, because we are a Maharashtra-based party primarily, and it becomes a very difficult situation for that. And Rahul Gandhi was actually advised that today, on a day like today, where Veer Savarkar anniversary is being commemorated and remembered, I think that thing is also something which is not going to be let go of. So yes, Zaka, it is important, I guess, for political parties also to understand you register your protest, but you also become a part on record of history being made.
All right, Arun is also joining us. Arun, the significance of the sengol and the fact that, the 21 Adinams of Tamil Nadu presented that to the Prime Minister walking up the steps of the new Lok Sabha and then installing that right next to the Speaker's chair. What are BJP folks telling you? This whole civilizational connect, or at least the attempt of that connect, how big and how important is that, not just from the point of view of Tamil Nadu or the upcoming Tamil Nadu elections, but also from a civilizational point of view? Arun, can you hear me? All right. Maria, you want to take that?
Yes. So, Zaka, talking specifically about that, we started witnessing that ceremony unfold from the 7 LKM last evening when 21 Adhinams actually went to the Prime Minister's residence and handed over. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was present, External Affairs Minister were present in that ceremony. And today when the entire mantra ucharan began in the morning around 7:15, and then the ceremony unfolded, ending with the 12 religious chants that we saw in the end, is a message that is being carried forward. We did speak to a number of BJP leaders. The sense certainly is that this is more than just a political point scoring, that this is more than just sending a message to Tamil Nadu. This is about sending a message of civilization, that this is a 1200-year-old mutt, the Madurai, Adhinam, which is being brought to Delhi in many ways. So if you look at it, the idea certainly is that when that letter was written by that, if I remember it correctly, her name was Padma. She wrote that letter to the Prime Minister that there is something like this which exists, and why don't you bring that to the Parliament of India? And then the Prime Minister's idea was that let's bring it to the Parliament of India. The entire journey has been something which has been clearly historic. When you speak to the BJP leaders, they say every idea is of the Prime Minister, that every aspect, the color choice, the various symbolism which is there inside the new parliament has a stamp of Prime Minister, and he inaugurating it is only befitting because of the kind of involvement that he has had. And of course he has been a target of the opposition, in particular Zaka, where it has been seen that it is his vanity project. But look at what we are seeing right there, Zaka. Right there is the new Parliament of India, certainly a structure of great pride, a structure which represents the new India and India on the march. And I think that is what will unfold over the next few days. The new monsoon session will be in this parliament. The 17th Lok Sabha will be seeing that continuity of the next almost like 4 to 5 sessions in this parliament, and of course the Rajya Sabha, which is a house of which is the house which is continuously functioning. So as you said, Zaka, rightly, most of these MPs may or may not be there, but this structure right behind me will be there, and that symbolizes what India is of today.
All right, Arun Danta is also joining us. So the total area of this new parliament complex, it's a triangular shaped building. There are motifs that have been used for each of the houses. For the lower house, the Lok Sabha, the peacock, the national bird is the motif. For the upper house, the house of the states, the Rajya Sabha, it's the lotus, which is the motif. The colors that have been used, green in the Lok Sabha, orange, rust orange in the Rajya Sabha. It's a triangular shaped building as opposed to the oval shaped building, the previous one. Arun, what happens to the old parliament complex, and walk us through some of the salient features of this new parliament complex? Of course, the need was that once delimitation happens in 2026, the size of both houses will increase. Clearly, the old parliament building could not be expanded to increase the size of the new Lok Sabha and the size of the new Rajya Sabha, hence the need for this new parliament complex. But walk us through what else has gone into its making.
Well, Zaka, it's a historic day, first of all, and as you asked about the old parliament, it will be made the museum. People will get the opportunity to actually watch the things inside the old parliament, which was not accessible actually to all in the past. And as far as differences are concerned between old and the new, of course, we know it has state-of-the-art technology in the new parliament, and it will have, of course, a diverse culture is shown in this new parliament as well, because we know that the carpet which is used in this parliament has been brought from Mirzapur. You have the floor bamboos from Tripura, and then the stone carving, of course, from the Rajasthan. So that also shows the diversity which is being shown through this new parliament. And remember that this new parliament, which is right behind me, has 3 entry gates. One is Karma Gate, Gyan Dwar, and there's another one, Shakti Dwar. So these are the three gates of this new parliament. And of course, as far as the central hall, the famous central hall, which was part of the old parliament, it is not going to be part of the new parliament. There will be separate arrangements. As far as we know, that there will be various multi-purpose halls in this new parliament, and there will be lounges, and of course various different arrangements for MPs to sit. So all the state-of-the-art technology has been used in this new parliament, and it is going to be a wonderful experience for the MPs. Of course, in coming few years, as government has been saying, that perhaps there needs to be larger representation of MPs from the country, and therefore perhaps those seats will be increased. So therefore, keeping that thing in mind, the larger structure has been created. Remember that the entire triangular shape of Parliament has acquired around 64,500 square meters of the area, and it has costed around 970 crore, and it's a records time in which it has been constructed. In 2020, Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation stone for it, and here we are today on 28th of May, Sunday, when this is being inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi.
Pallavi is also there with us. Pallavi, today also happens to be Savarkar Jayanti, the 28th of May. For parties specifically from Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, the NCP, on a day like today, the fact that a new parliament building is opening, it's happening on Savarkar Jayanti. I believe there is also some floral tributes that MPs will be paying to Veer Savarkar inside Parliament complex at about 10:30 this morning. How does this play out for parties from Maharashtra specifically?
Well, certainly, as I was talking about, very, very uncomfortable, really, Zaka, because, we are going to be seeing those pictures live when a Shraddhanjali or tribute is going to be paid to Savarkar statue inside the parliament premises. And, the Congress's relentless attack on Savarkar, calling him an someone who apologized to the British. And in fact, even as we speak, a short while back, there has been a tweet which has been put out by Jairam Ramesh, has always made the other two constituents of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi and also allies of the Congress party, which is the Shiv Sena and the NCP, extremely uncomfortable. If this wasn't the case, then at that all-party meeting which was held at Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence in the presence of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Pawar did make that point, and Uddhav Thackeray was also sitting there, and they made that point to Rahul Gandhi that don't make us uncomfortable, because at the end of the day, we have to go back to our home state and have to face our voters. It's going to be a very tough situation because they are being associated with a political party which always projects Savarkar as someone who's not national, who's anti-national, and BJP actually promoting the national, the anti-national person. That's one. And the second thing, of course, is that today when those pictures start pouring out from inside Parliament, the two parties which are Maharashtra-based, or Marathi parties in that sense, both the Shiv Sena, that's the Uddhav Thackeray faction, plus the NCP will be conspicuous by their absence. And this is something which I think the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Shiv Sena element, it is certainly going to make this a point when their voters, they reach out to the voters in the heat and dust of the Maharashtra election and also that of Lok Sabha election, that look, these people have aligned with a party which is anti-Maharashtra, and they've also compromised on their Maharashtra credentials as well. So I'm sure they are feeling very uncomfortable on a day like today.
Okay, Maria, Pallavi and Arun will continue to stay on with us. We're going to take a quick break, but these images, these are historic. Make no mistake about this. The fact that India has got a new parliament complex, it's not just a building, it's about democracy, it's about parliamentary traditions. And like Maria was saying and Pallavi was saying, this building is going to far outlive and outlast every single parliamentarian as of date today. It's going to outlast and outlive the ruling dispensation, the opposition dispensation. The treasury benches will change, the opposition benches will change, but this building and this tradition of democracy in India will survive and thrive. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will also get in our guess. The opposition, did they miss out on a trick or two by boycotting the parliament inauguration? Because now, once again, you have given the entire edifice, the entire platform of such a historic moment to one party and to one dispensation. So did the opposition miss a trick by deciding to boycott today's historic proceedings. Quick break. We'll see you right on the other side. Hello and welcome to this historic day, the 28th of May, when India gets a new parliament. We are taking you through this virtual journey of what the new Sansad looks like. This is the lower house, the Lok Sabha, which is themed around the peacock motif, the national bird of India. It's colored green. The overall theme in the Lok Sabha is green. The peacock has been chosen as the motif to be used in the Lok Sabha. In the Rajya Sabha, the upper house, it'll be the lotus theme, the national flower. The lower house is colored green, whereas the upper house is colored rust orange. It's 64,500 square meters, the total area of this new parliament building. The Lok Sabha can seat over 800 MPs and the Rajya Sabha can seat over 350. It's been built up over 64,500 square meters. There's going to be new special lounges for MPs. State-of-the-art conference rooms are going to be there. There's going to be a constitution hall, just like your central hall in the old parliament, which will seat all 1,200 plus MPs. Mind you, one of the main reasons why the old parliament was not able to take the strength of the new Lok Sabha and the new Rajya Sabha was because after delimitation in 2026, the strength of both houses will increase. So over 800 in the Lok Sabha, over 350 in the Rajya Sabha. But like I said, technology-wise, there are going to be state-of-the-art conference rooms, libraries, committee rooms, a constitution hall, which will house members from both houses. The shelf life of this building is 150 years, much like the old building, which is going to be almost 100 years since its inauguration, inaugurated way back in 1927. Like I said, this is the lower house, this virtual journey. It's been themed on the peacock motif, which is the national bird. The upper house, the house of the elders of the Rajya Sabha, has been themed around the lotus, the national flower. Let me now go across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's joining us from outside the new Parliament complex, where the sengol was installed by the Prime Minister right next to the Speaker's chair. Maria, capture for us the significance of today, the moment.
It's historic, it's mesmerizing. Just look at that structure, Zaka. That is the new Parliament of India. You know, as a vibrant democracy, as a young democracy at the same time, 75 years old is not much. This is the young nation which is celebrating the big parliament. The emblem, the national emblem, is right up there. You know, Zaka, the significance of democracy. We say India is the largest democracy. The world watches us. We are the democracy by the people. Government is by the people, for the people, of the people. This is what it means today. And for all of us who are covering Parliament, have covered it for over a decade, we realize that the 17th Lok Sabha will now be held here. All those MPs will be now entering that building during the monsoon session to attend that parliament. We certainly hope that there are less boycotts and more time that is spent in the legislative business. But overall, the sense certainly is that this is signifying that India is on the march, as at a time when the world is watching us. World is watching that how is India the bright spot in an otherwise worrying economies all over the world. This is what it signifies, that India can invest in its legacy, that this is about transfer of power in the true sense, that we have seen that entire Kartavya Path change, we have seen the various aspects of this entire, Raj Path becoming Kartavya Path, and now this is what it is. And when we look at it, politics aside, this is a gorgeous building, Zaka. Looking at it from the outside, you certainly feel that it is majestic.
All right, Maria, thank you for that. Like I said, it's a historic moment, and maybe, once the dust settles on this, the opposition could have a rethink on whether they missed a trick by not attending and boycotting today's Parliament inauguration. Let me introduce our guests. Professor Kapil Kumar, historian, is joining us, and Kailash Adhikari is political analyst and managing director with Governance Now. Professor Kapil Kumar, let me start with you. In terms of the historic significance, I think one big thing that happened today, along with all the rituals, was the installation of the sengol, which is a 100-year-old relic. It's been brought back from a museum in Allahabad. It was used, supposedly, for the transfer of power from the British Raj to independent India on the eve of India's independence on the 14th of August 1947. And now that same sengol has been installed right next to the Speaker's chair. Walk us through the significance of not just the installation of the sengol, but also the rituals that took place, and the fact that the government is saying that this is to re-establish and reconnect that civilizational link, that this is a 1,000-year-old culture and a 1,000-year-old country?
You see, I feel it's much more than a civilizational link, you know. It not only represents a civilization, but the question here is what it represented in that civilization. And what it represented in that civilization and what it represents even today is the concept of Raj Dharma. Now, what is Raj Dharma? Raj Dharma is the dharma to govern. And what it means is that whosoever rules, whether it is a prime minister, whether it is a president, whether it is a king, because in ancient times, even in our republics, peoplely elected governments also, the head was called a Raja only. So it is that governance part that he should keep that dharma in mind, that one has to serve the people, one has to protect the nation. These are the concepts which are there, and that has to be done with all humility. This is what Raj Dharma is, and this is what Sengol represents what the Raj Dharma is. So I have a feeling that with the colonial past being shed away one by one, this is a major history being created today with the Sengol there, which reminds our rulers, even every parliamentarian, that when you are sitting there, you are doing Raj Dharma. You should be above your party politics. You should think of the people. You should think of the nation. You should think of those who defend our nations at the borders. That is the Raj Dharma, and that is what every parliament.
But historically speaking, before I go to Kailash, the Congress had a press conference a couple of days ago, and they said, there is no documentary evidence to suggest that this sengol was used in some kind of a transfer of power ceremony, even if it is symbolically from the British Raj to independent India. There are pictures, of course, of the first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, with the sengol, with a golden shawl, the Adinams presenting that to him. But this was not necessarily some kind of transfer of power symbolism attached to it. What do you make of it? What is your historic reading of the sengol?
Zaka, first of all, what the opposition and the principal opposition party, Congress, is trying to create with the entire sengol is I believe it's very trivial and childish. As Indians, we have to be proud of the fact that today we have a new parliament building at the cusp of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, when India is 75 years old to independence, and we are a young and vibrant democracy. And at a time where we can see the kind of weight and the kind of importance and the kind of gravity that India is getting around the world, where Australian Prime Minister is calling our Honorable Prime Minister the boss, where the Prime Minister of the United States of America is saying that he wants an autograph because of the popularity of Prime Minister, our Prime Minister. At that time, when we are entering into an era where there's a new parliament building, and at that time, what is the kind of trivial politics that Congress is getting into? I mean, why are you demeaning the entire importance of the new parliament building and the fact that the Senegal is being placed right beside the chair of the Lok Sabha? I mean, it's a Lok Sabha speaker. I mean, it's kind of trivial. Why are you not celebrating India?
Okay, Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us. Arun Dhanta will also be joining us. Pallavi, I think, and I've been saying this over and over again, this building is for posterity. This building is for history. It will stand for India's democratic principles, the whole principle of Vad and Samvad, which is what our democracy is based on, which is what parliamentary proceedings are based on. Arun, just in terms of what is the thinking in both the ruling camp as well as in the opposition camp, does the ruling camp feel that maybe they should have walked the extra mile to get the opposition on board? And does the opposition camp feel maybe they missed out a trick on boycotting this function? They should have been as much a part of today's function, because after all, the parliament is not just for one party or one dispensation. The parliament is for both treasury benches and opposition benches.
And that's right. They will all have to sit in this parliament. It's not like that if they are boycotting this inauguration ceremony, they will not be part of any further programs in this parliament. After all, they will be sitting in this parliament, and that's the argument when we were asking or speaking to the BJP leaders. They were saying that this new parliament is not going to be a personal parliament of Bharatiya Janata Party. This is going to be a parliament for all the members of parliament from all the parties, and this is not for today. This is going to stand there for next 100 years. So therefore, why opposition parties are not participating in this program? In fact, if you see the schedule of the program, it says that there is a space allotted, time allotted for the leader of opposition to speak as well in this program. But we don't have opposition parties part of this program. But government is ensuring that there is no less grandeur as far as this massive moment is concerned, because this is another symbol of colonization, and the government has been ensuring that they relinquish this. We have seen in the past the name of Rajpath being changed to Kartavya Path. We have seen the statue of Subhash Chandra Bose being placed near the India Gate. So this is how government is saying that this is a symbol of self-reliant. We have been talking about that we'll have to create our own things, and this is the biggest symbol of the thing that we have created our own, and it will be there for next 100 years. So of course we'll have to see, because now there was initially controversy about the inauguration ceremony. Then of course the larger controversy of Sengol, that is also being negated by the opposition. They were saying that nothing of this happened post independence. There is no documented proof about it. But then we are seeing that government is very much very much adamant, and government was very much going through with their planning, and we are seeing that all the preparations and things are there to finally inaugurate this new parliament building.
Pallavi is also there with us. Pallavi, just walk us through, just in terms of this whole controversy that the opposition said it should have been the president who should have been called for the inauguration. She should have been the one who was doing the inauguration and not the Prime Minister. I believe that there will be a message by the President that will be read out in this afternoon's function. There will be a message from the Vice President as well. How does the politics around this play out? Because as the BJP keeps asking, if the opposition cared so much about the President, why didn't they back her candidature during the election?
I'm just going to read out one small point, if you allow me, from a tweet of Jairam Ramesh, which essentially captures exactly what you were saying. A self-glorifying authoritarian Prime Minister with utter disdain for parliamentary procedures, who rarely attends Parliament or engages in it, inaugurates a new Parliament, and the President, who is the first Adivasi, is not allowed to fulfill her constitutional duties. That's the garb under which essentially the opposition parties have decided to boycott it. They're saying we don't have a problem, but I think they keep on changing the goalposts, because I remember in December 2020, when the Bhumi Pujan was held, the Congress party and many opposition parties had actually boycotted on the grounds that why do we even need a new parliament building? This despite the fact that a former speaker, Meera Kumar, who of course was the speaker when the UPA was in power, had acknowledged the need for a larger parliament building. Look, many of us who've covered parliament do see it. When the new parliament building was built in the old parliament building in 1927, at that point of time we understand the political landscape, and even when India got independence, till recently Initially, there were very few political parties. There's primarily BJP and the Congress. Then slowly you had the growth of the regional parties. And with regional parties, each of them is assigned a room. And when each of them is assigned a room, at least 4 to 5 of the staff sits there. There are more ministries now. It's more state of the art. It also becomes more specialized. So it was felt, for example, a simple thing like a kitchen. I remember there was a small fire in one of the kitchens inside Parliament because it is not equipped to handle the large number of officers, the workers, all of them who come and eat there. So these are the reasons why it was felt, even by Meera Kumar, that we need a new parliament building. So how do they change the goalposts? The first one was that we have a problem with the parliament. Why are you spending money? Then they acknowledge, yes, we need a new parliament building. So now they have a problem with the fact that why is it not the president? So what the BJP has done is show the mirror to them. The Rashtrapatni comment of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, that is one instance. Second, a formal appeal had also gone in from President Murmu when she was a candidate that please come and support me. And I remember a soundbite from Mamata Banerjee Banerjee, that if they had informed me earlier, then I would have supported President Murmu as candidature because she's a woman and she's an Adivasi. Clearly, that was an attempt at damage control. These are the points which are going to be raised and are being raised by the BJP, that today your heart bleeds for the President of India, but you never spared an opportunity not to support her. So I think the message is lost with the opposition's boycott. The opposition, particularly the Congress party, which has been the most aggressive on this, are raising objections on 2 to 3 grounds. One is, why done by the Prime Minister, why not done by the President? Then how a false narrative as far as the Sengol issue is concerned. And third, of course, the fact is that why is so much of pomp and show being done behind the opening of a new parliament building? But come July, all of them are going to be there. And the point is the parliament doesn't belong to any one political party. It's as much that of the opposition as it is of the party in power.
All right. Let me also go back to Professor Kapil Kumar. This whole controversy around the Sengol and the opposition saying there was no documented proof that this was indeed used as some kind of instrument for transfer of power from the British Raj to independent India. How do you see that?
Let me tell you something. There are certain things which happened on 15th August for which there was no documentary proof, and I'll give you one example. In the original program on 15th August, it was there that the Union Jack will be brought down on the Viceregal Lodge, the President Rashtrapati Bhavan. And Mountbatten then told Nehru that we will feel very sad if Union Jack goes down. And Nehru's answer to him was that we don't want anyone to feel sad that day, and the Union Jack will not go down. And it didn't go down. But all the film footage related to that Union Jack still flying over there has been removed from the films division. I tried myself to search for it a lot. It has been removed from there. Second thing, on 15th August, when the Constituent Assembly was addressed, after those oaths were taken, and the oath was taken by Mountbatten in the name of King as the first Governor General of India, not by the Constituent Assembly. And in that there were slogans raised, Pandit Mountbatten ki jai. A person, last representative of that British government, which for 170 years had exploited us, butchered us, killed us, a person who had destroyed the INA War Memorial, made the first Governor General of India, Indian Dominion. Please understand that. It was Indian Dominion at that time.
Okay.
I will never call it independence as a historian. It is transfer of power, and there's a document, at least minutes of the cabinet meeting of his, where it says, now the Congress leaders are saying that independence for India can wait for 2-3 years if Dominion status is given and a transfer of power takes place immediately. This has made our task easy. Now we can have a Hindu Dominion and a Muslim Dominion. Let any historian in the country challenge me on this document.
Okay, just give me a moment, Professor, because I'm getting a piece of breaking news. I need to go to that. Already the politics of the inauguration of the new Parliament building coming out in full flow. The RJD in Bihar is now tweeted equating the new Parliament building with a coffin. They're saying that the design of the new Parliament building, which is triangular in structure, looks almost like a coffin. They've in fact put a picture of a coffin in this tweet that they've put out. This is the RJD, the ruling party in Bihar. They've tweeted a picture of a coffin and a picture of the new Parliament building, saying that it looks almost like a coffin. Arun has more on this. Arun, it's in bad taste, if nothing else. I mean, of course, opposition will play politics. That's their job. They're an opposition party. But you can't do below-the-belt jibes like this. I mean, comparing the triangular structure of the new Parliament building to that of a coffin, that's below the belt. Arun, are you there? All right, Pallavi, you want to take that?
I can only say horrible. Coffin denotes death, and Parliament, the whole idea of the transition from the old to the new Parliament also talks about continuity, the continuity of the spirit of India, and also the fact that politics goes on. Today it's you, tomorrow it's me. That's the whole idea of Parliament. It's the people of the country, people like you and me actually, who are going out and who cast our votes, and we decide who are the ones who are going to go inside Parliament. So you cannot compare it to anything which denotes death. I think politically speaking, this is something which will likely to boomerang. RJD, an ally of the Congress party, will the Congress party kind of condone this kind of a tweet, or whether they are going to actually tell the RJD you must delete it, because this is something which, as you rightly pointed out, Zaka, you may have your political opposition to the BJP, you may have your differences of opinion, and why not? That's what democracy is all about. But there's some things where you need to draw a Lakshman Rekha, and this is something which you just don't do. You don't refer to Parliament, which is considered to be the temple of parliamentary democracy, as a coffin, which essentially denotes death.
All right, we'll take a break on that note. Clearly, below the belt, maybe just a tasteless, graceless tweet that by the RJD comparing the design of the new Parliament building to that of a coffin on a day when there is really a rebirth of Indian democracy, the new birth of a new Parliament building. To compare that to death, I'm not sure that is particularly tasteful. We'll take a break on those pictures, but Professor Kapil Kumar and Kailash Adhikari will continue to stay on with us, and so will our reporters. Quick break. We'll see you right around in just a minute.
On the 28th of May, India is going to get a new parliament, a new and improved building, a building that is going to last for decades together, a building that is symbolic of self-reliant new India, which is why we're going to be seeing the Prime Minister dedicate this parliament to the entire nation on the 28th of this month. This is the new India's new parliament, and the Lok Sabha is going to be themed on our national bird. The ceiling of the Lok Sabha is going to look something like this. It is based on what peacock's feathers would look like. Several inferences have been taken from many more cultural and heritage sites across the country. Inspiration being drawn not just for the design of the Lok Sabha, but for the entire parliament building as well. The Rajya Sabha is going to be modelled on India's national flower, and that's the lotus. The new Lok Sabha is going to have a seating of 882 members of parliament. The entire parliament building is going to be sprawled over 64,500 square meters. There are going to be several facilities for the members of parliament in this new building. New lounges are going to be there for the members of parliament, for visitors as well across this entire building. State-of-the-art library is another such feature that we are going to be seeing in this particular building. 150-year shelf life is what this new building will have. There are going to be several committee rooms. Currently, there are only 3 in the old building. There are going to be at least 6 in the new building. There is going to be a Constitution Hall as well, which will be open not just for the members of parliament, but also for visitors that would be visiting this iconic building. This is the new and improved parliament that we are going to be getting come this Sunday, where it is dedicated to the nation. The next session of parliament, which is the monsoon session, will be held from this particular building. When there is a joint session, there will be space for at least 1,200 and over members of parliament to be presiding over that particular session, something that we do not currently have in the old building, which has necessitated these changes. So this new building is not just a new one, it's also an improved one. It's a tale of India's growth, it's a tale of India's history, looking into India's future.
is indeed a historic day for India as a new parliament complex gets inaugurated and dedicated to the nation. These are the various images of this Sunday morning on the 28th of May. The Prime Minister are being presented with the sengol, which in a sense marks the civilizational connect of this country. It's a over 100-year-old relic. It was consigned to a museum in Allahabad. The Prime Minister bringing that from that museum and installing it right next to the Speaker's chair in the Lok Sabha. What a poignant moment this is for India as the old makes way for the new, as the old Parliament building now makes way for the new. But there is also continuity. The whole idea of Vad and Samvad, which is the basis for parliamentary democracy, which is the basis for parliamentary proceedings. Look at all of these images, whether it was the Prime Minister's Shashtang lying on the ground and in reference to the sengol then being presented to the Prime Minister by the 21 Adinams, the holy seers from Tamil Nadu, and then the Prime Minister walking up the steps of the Lok Sabha and installing the sengol at its rightful place right next to the Speaker. And the sengol overlooks all the members of Parliament. Remember, after delimitation, there are going to be more than 800 members of the Lok Sabha, asking them to follow the path of righteousness, the path of being equitable and just, and most importantly, the path of Raj Dharma as they rule over 1.4 billion Indians. We have Professor Kapil Kumar with us, and Kailash Adhikari is also there with us. One thing that's going to be poignantly missing or conspicuously missing in all of this, Kailash, is the presence of any opposition leader. The opposition chose to boycott this. Their contention was it's the president who's the only one who has the authority to call for a joint session of both houses. She should have been the one who is performing today's inauguration. Does that argument cut ice at all? And should that be such a deal breaker that the opposition, not one or two parties, 20 of them, decide to boycott such a historic moment?
As a point that should be a deal breaker, Zaka. I mean, it is, as I said earlier also, I mean, all the points which are raised by the opposition to boycott this historic event are very trivial. I mean, why are we creating a discrimination between the Honorable President of India and the Honorable Prime Minister of India? I mean, the Honorable President of India is the first citizen of the country. Honorable President addresses both the houses of the Parliament. She's the one, the Honorable President, currently Srimati Draupadi Murmuji, is the one who is the leader of the armed forces of this country. But why are you creating such a divide that it should be inaugurated by the Honorable President, not the Honorable Prime Minister? As I said that, today, and as Honorable Prime Minister also tweeted, and many other on Twitter, we can see hashtag My Parliament, My Pride. As Indians, we should be proud of the fact. And this is a particular landmark, a watershed moment where it is above politics. Why are we not rising above politics? What is the opposition trying to achieve? At the end of the day, when the Parliament functions, they have to be in that Parliament. And they should understand the significance of the new Parliament. It is built in a record time, Zaka. I mean, these days, not even complexes, multi-buildings complexes are not built in record time. Yeah. So we should applaud the fact that India is able to achieve this. Why not celebrate that?
All right, Professor Kapil Kumar, again, as we look at those pictures of the Prime Minister installing the sengol right next to where the Speaker will be seated, what is the significance of this? What is the message of this to not just the parliamentarians who will be looking at this sengol as the proceedings happen, I think from the winter session of this year's parliamentary session, but also to the people of India? What is the civilizational connect that the Prime Minister, the BJP, the ruling party, the government are trying to send across as a message to the people of India?
See, as I said earlier, it's the Raj Dharma. And Raj Dharma doesn't mean kinship. Raj Dharma means the art of governance, the principles of governance. And this civilizational thing not only symbolizes a nation, but a nation, how it has to be governed. And to keep reminding the rulers, whosoever may be, that you have to work for the welfare of the people, for the people. And you have to defend the nation where you are. That is the meaning. I have put it in modern words. This is what the meaning is. And I'd like to make just one point here. when this controversy is being raised about the president, I have a question. And my question is, when the president addresses both the houses and the opposition boycotts these houses, is that great respect to the president then? Because the person, she's addressing it as president of the nation, which they are saying that she's the first citizen and president of the nation. Then why do they boycott her session? They could have boycotted the PM, they could have boycotted the ruling party, the cabinet, or whatever in the parliament. But then they humiliated and insulted the president by boycotting the session addressed by her.
In fact, the very first joint session that she called for, I think, again, more than 20 opposition parties had called for a boycott and had boycotted. But let me also go across to this piece of breaking news. Again, it's unfortunate on a day like today when national unity should be the order of the day. It's a day for India. It's the day for a new parliament complex. There is more controversy erupting. Swami Prasad Maurya, who formerly used to be with the BJP, then with the Samajwadi Party, has said that only the Tamil Nadu Adinams were called. These are radical Brahmin sects, and only these people were called for the inauguration of the new parliament building and the installation worship of the Sengol scepter. If the BJP government had faith in India as a secular sovereign nation, then all religious leaders of this country should have been invited. Although the BJP government is going on the path of monarchy by establishing the Sengol scepter, it is also trying to establish Brahmanism by calling the Brahmin religious leaders of south of India. Again, rather unfortunate that the SP leader Swami Prasad Maurya is looking at this from the prism of Brahmanism and radical Brahmanism as he compares the Adinams to a radical Brahmin sect. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who has more on this. Again, I come back to that point. Today is not the day for politics. Today is the day for national unity, for, cutting across the political divide, people to come together. And here you have Swami Prasad Maurya looking at this from a very caste principle, from a very caste prism, saying that only radical Brahmin sects from Tamil Nadu have been invited for this scepter inauguration. Instead, there should have been people from other faiths and other castes as well who should have been invited. How do you see this, Pallavi?
So factually not correct, because I remember we saw that. I mean, Gurbani, for example, and the Maulvis and the priests, they were all chanting. So I think the messaging which was going across is Naya Sansad, Sabka Sansad and Sarv Dharm Ka Sansad. So that's the point which certainly was being made by the government, and also more importantly by the Prime Minister and also all the parliamentarians who were pretty much present over there. And just yesterday I was wondering that whether there would be any objection to the kind of rituals which have been planned. There's a Prarthana Sabha, then of course we've heard the entire prayer which were being read out and recited, and the mantras which were being recited, because that's a tricky ground as far as opposition parties go. In the run-up to 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and in fact even before that, political parties who have who have till now not projected the Hindutva aspect have started doing that. We've seen the temple runs by Congress leaders claiming that Rahul Gandhi is a Janeo-dhari Brahmin, the Samajwadi Party for that matter, almost every political party, the Trinamool Congress, all of them didn't want to get caught in that whole polarization tag or in that kind of trap. So this kind of comments will actually not help them, because what's going to happen is in January you're going to have the Ram Mandir, for example, to be inaugurated, and that's going to be the battleground state also. UP is going to be the battleground state, largest number of MPs going in from there, so they matter for the Samajwadi Party. So I think Swami Prasad Maurya's comment is something which could make little awkward situation as far as his own party goes, and also as far as the entire opposition's narrative goes, which till now has tried to be very, very careful on commenting, at least as far as the Prarthana Sabha is concerned inside the new parliament building.
All right, so again controversy. First it was the RJD tweeting a picture of the coffin, comparing the design of the coffin to the design of the new parliament building. Now Swami Prasad Maurya looking at it from a very narrow caste prism, saying that only Brahminical sect from Tamil Nadu, from south of India, was invited for this. Again, let me go across to Kailash Adhikari on this. What is the politics happening here? What is Swami Prasad Maurya even trying to achieve or trying to get at by not just tweeting something that was factually incorrect? There was a multi-faith prayer meeting that happened right after the installation of the Sengol. But even to look at the installation of the Sengol from a purely Brahminical casteist point of view, that is again absolutely unfortunate. Kailash.
Absolutely unfortunate and shallow, I would call Zaka. I mean, what are you trying to achieve by all this? Just for the sake of opposition, you're trying to oppose a particular event which is a landmark in the history of our country, and that too on the basis of caste, creed, and religion. I mean, aren't we above all that? What is he trying to achieve by that? What is the party trying to achieve by that? Just by saying that there's a particular tradition which was followed, and that is why the Pontiffs were called from Tamil Nadu. And just by linking them to a particular a caste or a religion, or only towards Brahmins, what is he trying to achieve? I mean, does it even find any logical sense? Like, before even sharing this or before even tweeting this, where is that rationality within a particular human to differentiate between right and wrong? I fail to understand.
Right, give me a moment. What we're going to do is to take a break. But like I said, it's very unfortunate that even on a day like today, when politics should be kept aside, politics should be given a break, and it should be a moment of national pride, national unity. Instead, what we have is politics, first from the RJD, now from the Samajwadi Party. We'll take a quick break on that note, but when we come back, we'll take you inside the new Parliament building and bring you up to speed with its various facets, its design and its functionalities, and of course, technology. It's going to be one of the most modern buildings that you'll see anywhere in the world. So we'll talk about all of that right on the other side of this quick break.
On the 28th of May, India is going to get a new parliament, a new and improved building, a building that is going to last for decades together, a building that is symbolic of self-reliant new India, which is why we're going to be seeing the Prime Minister dedicate this parliament to the entire nation on the 28th of this month. This is the new India's new parliament, and the Lok Sabha is going to be themed on our national bird. The ceiling of the Lok Sabha is going to look something like this. It is based on what peacock's feathers would look like. Several inferences have been taken from many more cultural and heritage sites across the country. Inspiration being drawn not just for the design of the Lok Sabha, but for the entire Parliament building as well. The Rajya Sabha is going to be modelled on India's national flower, and that's the lotus. The new Lok Sabha is going to have a seating of 882 members of Parliament. The entire Parliament building is going to be sprawled over 64,500 square meters. There are going to be several facilities for the members of Parliament in this new building. New lounges are going to be there for the members of Parliament, for visitors as well across this entire building. State-of-the-art library is another such feature that we are going to be seeing in this particular building. 150-year shelf life is what this new building will have.
It is New India, New Sansad, truly a historic day for India as a new Parliament building has been inaugurated and dedicated to the people of this great nation. We are now going to take you on a virtual tour. This is the Lok Sabha, the lower house, where after 2026, more than 800 members of Parliament will be elected. It has been themed around the peacock motif, the national bird of India. It's green in color. The upper house, which will seat more than 350 MPs, has the lotus, the national flower, as its chief motif, and of course it is in a rust orange color. So both the houses, the lower house and the upper house, having a very quintessential India theme and India motifs, whether it's the peacock or the lotus. The Lok Sabha, the new Lok Sabha, will seat more than 880 members of Parliament. The total area, the built-up area, is over 44,000 square meters. The total area of the Parliament building itself is 64,500 square meters. There are new lounges, state-of-the-art facilities. There's going to be conference rooms, committee rooms, a new state-of-the-art library as well, a constitution hall which can house over 1,200 members of Parliament. Remember, delimitation is going to happen in 2026. So all of this will come into play right after 2026. This is going to have a shelf life of over 150 years. It is also going to be a document-free Sansad. There's going to be no papers. It's all going to be on tabs. Every member of Parliament is going to be given a tab which is attached to their seats. And that, of course, will make it a paperless new Sansad building as well. It is indeed an idea whose time has come. It is indeed the beginning of a new chapter as far as India is concerned, because the new Parliament building is indeed a dedication for 1.4 billion Indians. But can politics be far behind? You had a moment ago the RJD, the ruling party in Bihar, tweet out an image of a coffin next to the image of the new Parliament building with the tweet, "Ye kya hai?" Now, the BJP hitting back, saying that this is absolutely tasteless, it is graceless. I'll lay out that breaking story for our viewers. The BJP now, in its first reaction to what the RJD tweeted out moments ago about the picture of a coffin along with the image of the new Parliament building. The BJP says that this is the level to which an opposition party has fallen to. The RJD has stooped to a new low, is the attack or the counter-attack, the counter-punch by the BJP, as it were. Once again, that image absolutely tasteless on a day when it is a new beginning, it is a new birth, if you will, certainly of a new Parliament building, but also that civilizational connect with the sengol being placed right next to the Speaker's chair. The RJD tweeting out a picture of a coffin and a picture of the new Parliament's design saying, "Ye kya hai?" I believe we have a BJP spokesman on the line. All right, we'll try and go across to what the BJP's response is. Clearly, the BJP is saying that the RJD has stooped to a new low with this comparative picture. One side you have a coffin, the other side you have the image of the new Parliament building. Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the BJP, is on the phone line. Shehzad, your first response.
This will prove to be the final nail in the coffin of the RJD, the manner in which they have tweeted. Zaka, you would know that the triangular shape has great significance in Indian culture and Sanskriti. By the way, a coffin is hexagonal, so I don't know what the comparison between a triangular shape and hexagonal is, but it only shows the hatred that they have for something that is now going to be a symbol of our living democracy being compared to sometimes a makbara, sometimes to a coffin, it shows the perverted mindset of the RJD. I just have one question. Tomorrow, when you may, if by mistake come to power, will you not sit in this parliament? Will you not make use of it? But in their hatred for Narendra Modi, they have started hating sengol. They've hated Tamil culture. Now they're hating Indian culture and the Indian manifestation which is seen in our Atmanirbhar parliament.
But Shehzad, you know, one of the things that will also stand out as this new parliament building is inaugurated, it's dedicated to the nation, is that the opposition will say that it was just for the ruling party and the ruling classes.
Everyone was invited. In fact, the itinerary that the media is showing has speeches of the various leaders of opposition too. Why haven't they come? And they have boycotted Samvidhan Divas program. They have boycotted even programs which are of national interest. They have boycotted the first speech of the Honorable President. At that time, what were they putting first? Yesterday, they boycotted Niti Aayog meeting. This is a Bahishkar brigade. Bahishkar has become their only Avishkar because they all want to, in a sense, establish their politics for 2024. So they are using all these kinds of platforms and boycott movements in order to establish themselves. But it is being done at the cost of Indian institutions. That is the unfortunate part.
We'll leave it at that. We'll see how this plays out. Like I said, after this, after about 11:30, the guests will start arriving. From 12 o'clock, the formal function will begin. There will be messages read out from both the President as well as the Vice President. The Prime Minister will be unveiling a new 75 rupee coin to mark the inauguration of the new Parliament. That 75 rupee coin will also be dedicated to the nation. But the politics is absolutely, I mean, to some extent, it's even nauseating that on a day like today, when you should keep politics aside, when you should give politics a break, the RJD has tweeted out a picture of a coffin, comparing that to the design of the new Parliament building. Arun Anand, the first post, is also joining us. Professor Kapil Kumar is still with us. Arun Anand, first it was the RJD with that coffin picture. Swami Prasad Maurya saying only Brahmin priests from South India were called. Why does even something like the inauguration of a new Parliament building, why does it have to be so contested, so politicized? And frankly, the RJD's tweet, and I keep saying this, was graceless, was distasteful, and frankly, it was below the belt. All right, Professor Kapil Kumar, yes. Professor Kapil Kumar, if you can hear me, you know, the politics aside, what is the significance, historically speaking, of the inauguration of this new Parliament building, the fact that a sengol, a 100-year-old relic, has been brought back and given its rightful place right next to where the Speaker is sitting? Professor Kapil Kumar, can you hear me, sir? All right, we'll try and see if we can get to our guest. But these are the various images of today. There was a Havan, a Puja, rituals by the 21 Adinams who had come all the way from Tamil Nadu, the presenting of the holy scepter or the sengol to the Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister proceeding with that sengol, climbing up the steps of the Lok Sabha, going past the Speaker's chair and then installing the sengol right next to the Speaker. Let me go back to Professor Kapil Kumar. Professor, you know, there are contestations around the story of the sengol. There is, of course, pictures of the sengol being presented to Pandit Nehru just on the eve of India getting independence. But the Congress and some historians have come out and said that there is no documentary evidence that this was some kind of an instrument used for the transfer of power from British Raj to independent India.
What do I say? I gave examples. Will the Congress produce a documentary evidence that why they invited Mountbatten to be the first Governor General of India? Will they give a documentary evidence? Is there a documentary evidence that when Lady Edwina died, Mountbatten, a ship, Indian Navy ship, was sent from Mumbai to English Strait with garlands? Evidences are dug up in history. And I have dug up such evidences, which I have said just now also, that why did Nehru agree for a dominion status? Why the Congress agreed for that? Will they give a debate of the Congress Working Committee? Because the issue was never taken into Congress Working Committee. How did India join the Commonwealth? It was the Constituent Assembly which was to take the decision. But it was Nehru who did the fait accompli in London, announced it. And then there was big debates in the Constituent Assembly on that. Why this has been done. Even when where there are evidences, and these photographs are not evidences, I gave you 3 examples. That Mountbatten, where is the evidence now? Tell me that Mountbatten took oath in the name of King as first Governor General. Pandit Mountbatten, Jai Nares were there. You see, the problem today is, if today I have to write the history of this period, this history in making which we are witnessing, we are fortunate that we are witnessing this history of decolonization of India. In that history, it will be written today that when this national event was being taken place, this glorious event was being taken place, people made these kind of comments from the opposition.
All right, I'll give Kailash the final word on that. I think, I think Professor Kapil Kumar has a point that when the history of today is written, and today is a historic day, it will also be written that the opposition had no part in it, and it will also be written that, all this tasteless stuff from RJD and other opposition parties, really disgraceful stuff on a day like today. Kailash, final word.
Absolutely, it is their karma. To be very honest, Zaka, I would call it is their karma. They should understand the fact that it is a historic moment. India is getting a new parliament, and it was the need of the hour, Zaka. The old parliament building was built about in 1927. It did not have the capacity to take any seismic fire or earthquakes. No technological advancement. There was no space for the MPs to work, and it was time that a new parliament was built with the kind of capacity and the state-of-the-art technology that it is. Why is the opposition not understanding that? I mean, in a bid to oppose anything, they're bringing caste into picture. They're bringing RJD. I mean, totally tasteless. I do not even find merit in commenting on that. It is such tasteless. And they should understand that today is a day where national unity has to be shown in front of the entire world.
Yep.
And what they are doing is stooping a new low.
All right, Kailash Adhikari, Professor Kapil Kumar, thank you very much for joining us. As we leave you with these images, these are the various images of this morning on a historic morning for India on the 28th of May 2023, when a new parliament building has been inaugurated and dedicated to the nation. Quick break. We'll see you right on the other side. It is New India, New Sansad, and you can see the various images of what is a historic morning for all of us as the people of India. A new parliament building is inaugurated and dedicated to the nation. It's also the civilizational and historical reconnect as the sengol, which was a 100-year-old relic, was brought back and kept in its rightful place in the lower house, the Lok Sabha, right next to the Speaker's chair. You had the Prime Minister attending some rituals, a puja and a havan, and right after that, walking up the steps of the Lok Sabha, the new Lok Sabha, and installing the sengol, which was presented to him by the 21 Adinams of Tamil Nadu, installing that right next to the Speaker's chair. As one of our guests in the previous hour said, the sengol will be a reminder to all parliamentarians. There will be more than 800 of them after the 2026 delimitation. There will be more than 350 of them in the Rajya Sabha. It is a reminder to all of them that they need to keep Raj Dharma in mind, that they should govern and rule with the rule of law. They should govern and rule with equity and welfare. And look at those images. That image will be captured for posterity as the Prime Minister installed the sengol right next to the Speaker. Let me get in our reporters first, and then we'll go to our guests. We're joined by Pallavi Ghosh, as well as Arun Dhanta, who are both tracking the opposition and the ruling party. And of course, our political editor, Maria Shakil, is also there with us. Maria, let me start with you first. Just walk us through the significance of today. There come these moments, there come these times when politics needs to be kept aside. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that, whether it was the RJD tweet comparing the design to a coffin, or whether it was Swami Prasad Maurya saying that only Brahmin priests from South India were invited. Where does the opposition see benefit in playing politics at a moment such as this?
Yes, and look at the irony also, Zaka, that the opposition will be entering the parliament for the monsoon session when it happens. So for all the protest, where does it take them in terms of, will it be about some kind of political gains? Not too sure about it, because for the rest of India, not counting the politicians in, they'll be just looking at that structure. They'll be just looking at the celebrations around it, that this day, 28th of May, began with puja and all the rituals, the holy chants, and then the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has inaugurated the new Parliament of India. Politics aside, I think, we'll be all waiting for what the Prime Minister has to say, because this will be a historic day, his first speech, and the first speech of any member of Parliament inside the new Parliament will be something interesting to watch out for. But, Zaka, since you're talking about the moment, it is that a tryst with destiny speech of the first Prime Minister of India, that is Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, where he spoke about there comes a moment when the entire nation awakens. And the old gives way to the new. Those are his words. And it was that famous speech that he gave to the Constituent Assembly inside Parliament on 15th of August 1947. And today, 28th of May 2023, when Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, speaks for the first time inside Parliament, his words will be something that will be watched out for. Zaka, I was also looking at the various tweets that have been put out, and one image which is trending is rather interesting. That when Prime Minister Narendra Modi entered Parliament as a Member of Parliament in 2014, he had stopped and he had bowed on the staircase before entering that gate 1 of the Parliament. We have seen him do that dandvat, that entire posture where he has almost bowed completely when he gets that first glimpse of the Indian Parliament. Those are the imagery that is now, circulating on social media. But is there a missed opportunity for the opposition? Yes. Perhaps they could have been part of those imagery sitting next to the Prime Minister, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, who's presently also the president of the Congress party. All those imagery would have been along with the opposition participating in this entire event. they missing it is also an image of complete dominance of one political party and of one person whose legacy this structure stands from today onwards.
Pallavi, talking about the opposition, of course, 20 opposition parties decided to boycott the inauguration. They believe that it was the president who should have been inaugurating, not the Prime Minister. But talk us through, for parties, let's say, for example, the DMK, the fact that you were hearing Tamil hymns, the fact that you had 21 Adinams from Tamil Nadu presenting the sengol, and the sengol is going to be right next to the speaker. All 800 members of parliament in the Lok Sabha will be looking at that sengol every day, day in and day out. Or for that matter, parties from Maharashtra, today being VD Savarkar Jayanti, and of course there's going to be floral tributes to Savarkar in about half an hour from now in parliament. How do these parties, what is the feeling about missing out on a historic occasion such as this?
So let's take party by party and let's talk about Tamil Nadu. And many thought that after the Karnataka loss, the BJP would give up on its mission south, but that's not the way the BJP works very clearly. So the focus is on Tamil Nadu. But I think most importantly, also to kind of dent into this whole perception about BJP being a North India party. Pan-India, whole of India and Sabka Sansad, that's essentially the narrative which is being pushed forward by the BJP and clearly by the government. And just talk about the Tamil Nadu and the Adhiniyam issues which we are talking about and what the Samajwadi Party has had to comment on it, and that it reeks of Brahmanical traditions and feudalism and that they were tyrannical in nature. Well, government sources are making it very clear that this is not true. The Adhiniyams belong to the OBCs and to the backward community, and therefore this perception that they are patriarchal, that they are fanatics, that's absolutely incorrect. In fact, they also say that it's deeply soaked in Tamil scriptures, cultures and so on and so forth. So when you see the Prime Minister paying his tributes to them yesterday in the evening, we saw at his residence, and he also congratulated them and also thanked them. And today those pictures coming up with those 21 Adhiniyams being present there, it's not just a political point he was making, it was also a larger pan-India point that, this government belongs to all, and at the end of the day, the parliament, if I can use Shah Rukh Khan's words, the new parliament is actually something which represents every Indian, north, south, east and west. That is where I think the southern parties, particularly those in Tamil Nadu, can lose out on that narrative, particularly the DMK. The DMK is an ally of the Congress among the 21 parties who are boycotting today's inauguration. But this is the twist in the tail. The Adhiniyams turning up there, the Sengol turning up there. There may be a dispute on it, but when I spoke to a jeweler's family who had actually built that first Sengol, they told me that, we actually did a fact check. We went there, we found Tamil scriptures. So this is as genuine as it can get. That is where it possibly could hurt the DMK, because you already saw a letter which has been written by the Tamil Nadu governor as well as by the AIADMK. Now moving on to the other issues about, say, the Congress party, who was raising a question mark over the Savarkar issue, the day being chosen, the Adhiniyam issue. I think the kind of narrative, and India is not really Delhi. India is not just a capital cities. A large amount of India, most of it I would say, Zaka, stays in the small towns, in the villages. I'm sure they're feeling emotional because this is a 100% indigenous built new parliament. The Tata projects, 100%. The Shramjeevis you saw, for example, where the Prime Minister thanked them, and he's been meeting them, of course, sporadically, dead into a night. It's actually a tribute to them. So in that sense, in terms of a narrative, in terms of politics, I guess the opposition parties could have registered their protest by their presence. Doing it in their absence, I wonder whether it really serves the purpose they wanted to serve for them.
All right. Let me also get a word in from Arun Dhanta. The RJD tweet about the coffin, Swami Prasad Maurya saying only Brahmanical priests have been invited. Surely the opposition is missing the larger picture here, that this is a historic day for India. This parliament building does not belong to just Narendra Modi or the BJP. This parliament building is going to far outlive and outlast the current dispensation, or for that matter, every parliamentarian who's there around today. This is going to be there for the next 100, 150 years. Is the opposition missing the big picture here?
Well, Zaka, see, statements and the stand of the opposition parties is actually giving fodder to Bharatiya Janata Party. And in fact, in coming few months, in the run-up to the 2024 elections, we will see that this will be used by BJP. That see how opposition parties have, boycotted the inauguration of new parliament, which is historic, because after the construction of this old parliament in 1927, it's been 96 years when we are shifting into new parliament, and this is also a messaging from the government as well, that we will have to actually move beyond from these colonial signs, and therefore it is very, very imperative to have our own parliament, constructed by our own people with a diverse touch of the country in this, and therefore this is a trick which perhaps has been missed by the opposition parties, and now adding fuel to fire with these statements of Swami Prasad Maurya and RJD is something which will 100% be used by BJP in coming few days as well. But as far as today's historic day is concerned, Zaka, it is something which will be remembered by everyone, and this new parliament with the state-of-the-art technology and the facility which is being used will give huge boost to the member of parliaments who will be sitting here, and the kind of environment which has been created around this new building is something which will be very helpful and very relaxing as well for the member of parliaments, and we'll see that the number of member of parliaments will also go up in coming few years, which will mean that people have their more representatives in the parliament, and we are seeing that all the first phase things are already done. The sengol has been placed near the seat of Lok Sabha Speaker, and now we will see post-noon the second phase of this inauguration of the Parliament, which is going to be the final one, and which will start, of course, with the address of the Speaker of Lok Sabha, and then, of course, as per the schedule, which will be concluded with the Prime Minister's address. So Prime Minister Modi ensured that all those people who have been involved in the making of this building is rewarded, are honored, and therefore we had seen Prime Minister Modi meeting all those Shramjeevis, honoring them, and also all those 21 Adhinams who had come from Tamil Nadu to Delhi. They are also part of this ceremony. They were also honored by Prime Minister Modi. So
okay,
Arun,
give me a moment. I have some news coming in by way of government sources. This is responding to the allegations of Brahmanism by the Samajwadi Party and by Swami Prasad Maurya. Now, top government sources, this is breaking news. Top government sources saying that all of these allegations of Brahmanism are comical, they reek of ignorance. These Adhinams are run by communities that come under BC and OBC categories. They are not Brahminical by nature. They have a rich history of Tamil literature that worships Lord Shiva. It's an insult to these holy Adhinams and to the diversity of Hinduism to make such comments. So the government doing a fact check on what Swami Prasad Maurya has said about only Brahminical priests from South India have been called. Pallavi has more on this. So the government fact-checking Swami Prasad Maurya and the Samajwadi Party, saying that many of these priests actually come from BC and OBC communities, not from Brahminical communities.
Absolutely, and I think it's a very, very strong rebuttal which is coming in from the government, which essentially nails the lie which, according to the government sources, are telling us on the claim by Samajwadi Party that this is just a Brahminical tradition. And why just a Samajwadi Party? Many in the opposition spectrum have also been saying this as far as the sengol is concerned. Just to do a quick recap, what the clarification which comes in is that this is Adhinams are essentially those communities which are run by the BC and the OBC, the backward and the other backward communities. So therefore, it's a representative of one of the most backward communities. And remember, this is the card which was also played by Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, for not inviting President Draupadi Murmu for the inauguration. So this is a rebuttal to that point as well. And also the fact is that Adhinams, the Sengol, they have a rich heritage and they are soaked in Tamil literature which actually worships Lord Shiv. Now this can also be another huge problem for the Congress party, particularly I would say, because it claims to be a Shaivot party. It also claims that Rahul Gandhi himself is a Janeyodhari Brahmin. And finally, that it's an insult to these holy adhinams and the diversity of Hinduism to make these kind of comments. So this is exactly what government sources are pointing out. So a point-by-point rebuttal, and this is where the problem really begins, I would say, very quickly for the opposition parties, particularly those like the TMC, Congress, SP, and down south in DMK, trying to project themselves as a party which believes in Hinduism, the true Hindutva, to use the words of Rahul Gandhi. We are moving towards 2024 Lok Sabha elections. We are also moving during a time when the Ram Mandir is going to be inaugurated in January 2024, and that's certainly bound to be an emotive factor. When you start raising a point at these opposition parties that you're not understanding and valuing the core Hindu values of our country, also that you're not appreciating the fact that Adhinams belong to the OBC backward communities and they are not entitled, it just goes on to show the mentality of the opposition.
All right, let me also get in a word from Maria on that. The BJP's politics, especially over the last 9 years under Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, has been also to untangle the tag that the BJP had of being a Brahmin Baniya party. Now government sources hitting back at the SP saying that these Adhinams have nothing to do with Brahminism. Many of them don't come from the Brahmin community. They come from OBC and BC communities, wanting to sort of puncture that claim that the BJP is only looking at things from a Brahminical prism or a point of view.
Yes, that's right, Zaka. And look at it. I think what the BJP has done throughout in the last few days is that they have gone ahead and played on the offensive. That they have decided that with every charge that is coming against them with regards to the inauguration of the new parliament building, they would be going ahead and countering it. And now this latest view that is coming from the way of government sources with regards to the Adhinams. I think what has happened here is that the government has decided that they realize that any kind of narrative building which could happen, the one that started with sidelining the first Dalit woman president of India, that she should have been the one inaugurating the new parliament. The BJP went ahead and said that, that where was the Congress party when it boycotted the midnight session of the GST, when the President and the Prime Minister, both of them were present. At that time, it was Ramnath Kovind who was the President then. Did you not insult the first Dalit President of India, the second Dalit President of India, in fact? So I think the point that has been, the government has decided is that they'll be completely unfazed with the entire politics around it. When that question was asked to Home Minister Amit Shah, when he announced Sengol and how that symbol of power will be coming to the new parliament, at that time also he said he doesn't want to talk about politics of it because that is something that they will not be getting into it, because this is about history, tradition, and about that reclaiming of the entire civilization which was lost, forgotten for 75 long years. So I think the government has made up its mind that none of these charges will be going unanswered, that this will be countered strongly, and that is the reason why the strong rebuttal of fact-checking that has been put out by the government sources.
All right, Maria Pallavi, thank you very much. We also have our guests, and I want to go across to them in a moment. Professor Kapil Kumar, historian, is with us. Arun Anand, consulting editor with First Post, is with us. Arun, it's in the whole sort of surround sound of news, it's difficult to miss the big picture, and the big picture here is that this is a new parliament building that is going to outlast all of us. This is going to be there for the next 100+ years. Has the opposition missed a trick by not being part of this historic moment? The Sengol being installed next to the Speaker's chair, all the rituals, the multi-faith rituals that happened right after the Sengol was installed. The opposition not being seen in any of these frames, but their own decision to boycott, are they giving yet another issue, yet another historic moment to Mr. Narendra Modi and the BJP on a platter, as it were?
I think, Zaka, there are three things which emerge out of what has happened today. One is, of course, the opposition has missed out on a great historical opportunity, and I don't think history is going to either forget or forgive them. They should have been a little bit more responsible. On such occasions, petty politics should not overtake the national interest. They could have disagreed on a lot of things, and this could have still attended, because that is the essence of Indian democracy, that we can agree to disagree. So had they done that, I think it would have been much better, but they have acted, I think, quite irresponsibly. Second is that by raising this issue of Brahminism, I think it's like kind of adding insult to injury, or it's like making even things worse. I don't see. One thing is very clear, that this Parliament building, the sengol, and all the the Havan, Puja, and all other things which are happening, they are clearly no indication of, or they are the biggest symbol of the ideology of cultural nationalism that BJP has pursued relentlessly since its inception as Jansangh in 1952. And the battle lines are now clearly drawn for 2024. I think the opposition is trying to create fault lines on the lines of caste, and that's why they are raking up this issue. Whereas the BJP would like to go ahead with the overarching theme of cultural nationalism. So I think these things are also somehow playing out as we see these historical movements. And I think overall, in common, if you go to the common man and if you look at the sentiment on the streets, so I think largely people are not going to take this kindly the way opposition has behaved.
All right, Arun, stay on with us. Professor Kapil Kumar will also stay on with us. I'm going to take a quick break, but look at these pictures. The Prime Minister receiving the sengol from the Adinams, doing the Shashtang in front of the sengol, and then, of course, installing the sengol right next to the Speaker's chair in the Lok Sabha. I think these are historic pictures. These are historic moments. And there do come times in the history of a nation where you have to set aside politics. Unfortunately, the opposition doesn't seem to be doing that. You have some of the graceless and tasteless comments like the RJD tweeting out a picture of a coffin, or Swami Prasad Maurya comparing this to some kind of radical Brahminical sects being invited for the inauguration function, when the government has fact-checked him saying that these Adinams are not run by Brahminical entities or persons from Brahminical origins. So I'm going to leave you with these pictures. Soak in these moments, because it doesn't happen very often in the history of a nation that a new parliament building is inaugurated. It is indeed a parliament for all Indians, a parliament for ruling as well as opposition parties. So quick break on these pictures. We'll come back in just a moment.
On the 28th of May, India is going to get a new parliament, a new and improved building, a building that is going to last for decades together, a building that is symbolic of self-reliant new India, which is why we're going to be seeing the Prime Minister dedicate this parliament to the entire nation on the 28th of this month. This is the new India's new parliament, and the Lok Sabha is going to be themed on our national bird. The ceiling of the Lok Sabha is going to look something like this. It is based on what peacock's feathers would look like. Several inferences have been taken from many more cultural and heritage sites across the country. Inspiration being drawn not just for the design of the Lok Sabha, but for the entire parliament building as well. The Rajya Sabha is going to be modelled on India's national flower, and that's the lotus. The new Lok Sabha is going to have a seating of 882 members of parliament. The entire parliament building is going to be sprawled over 64,500 square meters. There are going to be several facilities for the members of parliament in this new building. New lounges are going to be there for the members of parliament, for visitors as well across this entire building. State-of-the-art library is another such feature that we are going to be seeing in this particular building. 150-year shelf life is what this new building will have. There are going to be several committee rooms. Currently, there are only 3 in the old building. There are going to be at least 6 in the new building. There is going to be a Constitution Hall as well, which will be open not just for the members of parliament, but also for visitors that would be visiting this iconic building. This is the new and improved parliament that we are going to be getting come this Sunday, where it is dedicated to the nation. The next session of parliament, which is the monsoon session, will be held from this particular building. When there is a joint session, there will be space for at least 1,200 and over members of parliament to be presiding over that particular session, something that we do not currently have in the old building, which has necessitated these changes. So this new building is not just a new one, it's also an improved one. It's a tale of India's growth, it's a tale of India's history, looking into India's future.
Welcome back. It is indeed a historic moment, a historic day for India as a new parliament building is inaugurated and dedicated to 1.4 billion Indians. It's not just about the birth of an ancient civilization or the rebirth of an ancient civilization because of the installation of the sengol, a 100-year-old relic, which was used at the time of independence. On the eve of independence, it was presented to India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, by the Adinams of Tamil Nadu. Today, 75 years later, 21 Adinams of Tamil Nadu came to the new Parliament building and after a Havan and a Puja, presented that to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister then walking up the steps of the Lok Sabha and installing the sengol right next to where the Speaker sits. What a historic moment this is for India, not just for parliamentarians, but for we, the people of India. I'm now joined by Professor Kapil Kumar, historian. Arun Anand, consulting editor of First Post, is also there with us. Professor Kapil Kumar, you know, the Congress and other opposition parties have been saying that there is no documentary evidence about the sengol. But be that as it may, you know, why is this sengol so important? What is the significance, particularly from a cultural awakening point of view, which Arun Anand was also referring to a moment ago, that the BJP has always said that India's history does not start from 1947 or India's history is not the last 300 years, but it is a 5,000-year-old civilizational state. And therefore, things like the sengol right next to the Speaker's chair, it has to be seen not from a modern-day constitutional point of view, but from a dharmic point of view.
Zaka, I said it, that it is a symbol of Raj Dharma. And Raj means here governance. That whosoever is doing the governance has to do it for the people, for the people's welfare, has to protect the people and has to protect the nation. This is what Raj Dharma represents. And this is what Senegal represent when it was given to whosoever the king was. You see, even in the ancient Indian republics, the ruler who was elected was called a Raja only. So by ancient traditions, to remind the Raja, whosoever he is, that he has to rule for the people, welfare of the people, defending the nation. And I tell you one more thing which they have not, realized, this statement which has come out from RJD and Maurya, they are insulting the biggest Indian governance and rule which ever took place in Indian history when they had opposed this symbol over the Parliament of the Loins, which was the symbol of the Mauryan Empire, which existed from Afghanistan to down south in India. That was the biggest, what was called, at that time and later on, Hindustan, by the Arabs and the Turks and all that at that moment. They have insulted that. Secondly, they don't know what a Brahman is in Varnashram Dharma. In Rig Veda, in Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, when Yudhishthira is questioned by the Yaksha on caste, though the caste is a wrong, word for our system, he says karma. In Rig Veda, it is said, I am so and so because I do this work. My father in so and so because he does that work. My brother in so and so what he does work. So let them understand what is the meaning of Brahman. As far as I am concerned, if one goes by this jati thing, my father was a caste. My mother is a Kshatriya Malhotra from Punjab. I teach. I am a professor. I am a Brahman by profession. And I am a Kshatriya by arms because I'll go to defend the country and fight also. I work for others. I serve others. So I am a Shudra also. I'm all. They don't understand this, that we were based on work division. It was not caste division. And then they forget this aspect, that overnight in the 1871 census, our Varnas, professional communities like Teli, Badai, Kumar, all these communities were converted by the British as low castes, overnight in 1871 census. And that is what they want to do in Bihar again.
Okay, so I want to ask Arun Anand also, leaving the caste jibes aside, politically speaking, we talked about the parties from Tamil Nadu. To hear hymns sung in Tamil, to hear seers who have come all the way from Tamil Nadu, to presenting of the sengol, which is a Chola dynasty ritual, we're given to understand. Or even for that matter, parties from Maharashtra. In about a few minutes from now, there's going to be floral tributes paid to Veer Savarkar. Today is Savarkar Jayanti. Cutting us across the political spectrum, for some of these parties that have boycotted, opposition parties that have boycotted this, it might be difficult to sell to the electorate, to the people.
I think you're absolutely right. And Zaka, it's a great occasion because it's like reliving the moments which were created by Adi Shankaracharya. If you look at the overall map of India, so it's like down south is getting connected to north. During the Adi Shankaracharya period also, so all the 4 dhams which he had created. So in south you have priests from the north who go and do puja there, and it's kind of vice versa here. So it has always been, as I said, the concept of cultural nationalism, and it is not a new concept. It has emerged, from the 5,000 years old civilizational values which we have, and it's a great occasion that there have been attempts to create divide between the north and the south, and these are the occasions which show that how integrally connected this whole India is, and not only because of we are a geographical tract, but because we are culturally connected. So there's a much deeper root. And I think opposition is not either understanding it or they are they are in a hurry to create fault lines, and they're too desperate. It's like, opposing for the sake of opposing it, because as we are in an election year, so every opportunity which the opposition is, every opportunity they are taking to oppose the present government. But I think there are certain momentous occasions on which it should not be done, and the comments which are coming, they are also pretty bad taste. And I think the opposition is going to regret that.
All right, just give me a moment, Arun. I think we're getting a piece of breaking news. The Prime Minister has just tweeted after the inauguration of the new Parliament building. He's just put out a tweet, and we're going to go across to that breaking news. The Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "As the new building of India's Parliament is inaugurated, our hearts and minds are filled with pride, hope and promise. May this iconic building be a cradle of empowerment, igniting dreams and nurturing them into reality. May it propel our great nation to new heights of progress." So that's the Prime Minister tweeting just moments ago after inaugurating the new Parliament building, after installing the sengol, right next to the Speaker's chair. The Prime Minister has just tweeted, and I'm quoting from it, as the new building of India's Parliament is inaugurated, our hearts and minds are filled with pride, hope and promise. May this iconic building be a cradle of empowerment, igniting dreams and nurturing them into reality. May it propel our great nation into new heights of progress. Maria Shakil is on the phone line with us. So Maria, I think the Prime Minister capturing the emotion that's being felt by a billion plus Indians, that this is a moment of hope and pride and promise, and may this building take us and empower the citizens of this country and ignite their dreams and turn them into reality.
Yes, and interestingly, the Prime Minister has put out the same tweet in Hindi as well. And the choice of words, again, is very reflection of what he says is the mood of India right now. As the entire country is looking towards the Parliament and the world is looking towards India. He goes on to say, आज का दिन हम सभी देशवासियों के लिए अविस्मरणीय है. Basically, that you can't really believe, you can't really imagine what it means to be an Indian today. संसद का नया भवन हम सभी को गर्व और उम्मीदों से भर देने वाला है. मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि ये दिव्य और भव्य इमारत जन जन के सशक्तिकरण के साथ ही राष्ट्र को समृद्धि और स्वास्थ्य के रास्ते पर ले जाएगी. So I think that mood, that this is what it means for India, is something that the Prime Minister has said. Those are the images that he has put out, in which he's carrying the sengol and walking with the sengol and installing it next to the Speaker's chair, and then saying, may this iconic building be a cradle of empowerment, igniting dreams and nurturing them into reality. May it propel our great nation to new heights of progress. And then he has also tweeted about the Mann Ki Baat, which is going to begin in 30 minutes, and we should be prepared for what he thinks made the government go in for this kind of a massive structure being built, despite all the criticism that came its way, Zaka. I think the moment will be that, and at 1 p.m. when Prime Minister gives his first speech inside the Parliament, it is going to be a historic moment for each and every Indian.
Just walk us through, what is expected next, because today is also Savarkar Jayanti. I believe there is floral tributes that are being paid to Veer Savarkar. There is the Mann Ki Baat, because today is the last Sunday of this month. And after that, at 12 o'clock, the formal function will begin.
Yes, that's right, because at 11 a.m. is when the Mann Ki Baat address of the Prime Minister will be put on air, which will, which is obviously recorded, but it gives us a sense of what the Prime Minister is thinking today, because it's a historic day, his big message as he communicates with Indians. And then around 11:30 is when the dignitaries, the members of Parliament, will start arriving for the ceremony, which is essentially that there will be messages that will be read of the Vice President, the Leader of the Opposition, and then around, the BJP MPs have been told to be particularly present for the unveiling of the photograph of Veer Savarkar and the floral tribute being, given to him. But the big message, again, as I've been saying, I think will be coming at 1 p.m., which will be setting the tone of what Prime Minister is thinking. Because I remember very distinctly, Zaka, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi entered as a member of Parliament for the first time, he had so much to say about his vision for India. And when he addressed the joint session of Parliament, when all the MPs, largely the MPs of Parliament were present, the BJP MPs were present, he gave a roadmap as to what he thinks will be happening going forward. So that happened in 2014, it happened in 2019, and now is one of those moments where the Prime Minister will be talking about the next 25 years. We have heard that from the ramparts, on 15th of August. But I think the roadmap that the Prime Minister will be laying forward for the rest of the country will be something that we'll be hearing at 1:15 when the Prime Minister speaks to the nation.
All right. We'll take a break on that note. The Prime Minister will be speaking, like I said, at a little past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The formal function begins at 12. But the sengol being installed there right next to the Speaker's chair as a cultural symbol, a symbol that every member of Parliament, and after 2026 there are going to be more than 800 of them in the Lok Sabha, in the new Lok Sabha, they will be looking at that sengol as a reminder that they have been chosen by the people. The power that they derive is from the people and not from anything else, and that they need to do right by the people. I'm going to take a break, but when we come back, we will continue our coverage.
On the 28th of May, India is going to get a new parliament, a new and improved building, a building that is going to last for decades together, a building that is symbolic of self-reliant new India, which is why we're going to be seeing the Prime Minister dedicate this parliament to the entire nation on the 28th of this month. This is the new India's new parliament, and the Lok Sabha is going to be themed on our national bird. The ceiling of the Lok Sabha is going to look something like this. It is based on what peacock's feathers would look like. Several inferences have been taken from many more cultural and heritage sites across the country. Inspiration being drawn not just for the design of the Lok Sabha, but for the entire parliament building as well. The Rajya Sabha is going to be modelled on India's national flower, and that's the lotus. The new Lok Sabha is going to have a seating of 882 members of parliament. The entire parliament building is going to be sprawled over 64,500 square meters. There are going to be several facilities for the members of parliament in this new building. New lounges are going to be there for the members of parliament, for visitors as well across this entire building. State-of-the-art library is another such feature that we are going to be seeing in this particular building. 150-year shelf life is what this new building will have. There are going to be several committee rooms. Currently, there are only 3 in the old building. There are going to be at least 6 in the new building. There is going to be a constitution hall as well.
All right. right, so Shashi Tharoor, a Congress Member of Parliament, has now tweeted out something quite interesting around the sengol controversy. He says the position of both sides is reconcilable. He says, my own view on the sengol controversy is that both sides have good arguments. The government rightly argues that the sceptre reflects a continuity of tradition by embodying sanctified sovereignty and the rule of Dharma. The opposition rightly argues that it's the constitution that was adopted in the name of the people and that sovereignty abides in the people of India as represented by Parliament. It's not some kind of kingly privilege that is handed down by divine right. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us. So Pallavi, Tharoor there taking a slightly different stand from the Congress party. Yes, he's also saying there is no documented proof of any kind of transfer of power instrument from Mountbatten to Nehru. But if you simply drop that, he says this is a continuation of a civilizational symbol that's being passed on.
Well, Shashi Tharoor has always towed a line, very often I would say, which are completely different from what has been the official line of the Congress party, which is why he's often been seen as someone who is not exactly a true congressman. And I think within the Congress party, many would object to this tweet of his. But he's making a point which many would say makes sense, is logical, that you may have differences, you may not agree with it, but at the end of the day, it's a parliament building which belongs to all. It is also a parliament building which belongs to all political parties, because today they may be here, today it may be someone else, but more importantly, come the monsoon session of Parliament in July, is these opposition MPs who will obviously be sitting inside the new Parliament building. And, you know, he's also an MP from a southern state. He also understands the significance of sengol, and also that there's no need for a needless controversy over it, because it could hurt the religious sentiments and it could then hence on hurt you politically as well. So that's the reason why he's making this very fine balancing act on the entire issue.
All right, let me thank Pallavi on that note and get in Arun Anand as well as Professor Kapil Kumar on this. Professor Kapil Kumar, so basically what Tharoor is saying is, if you drop that red herring of this story of this being used as some kind of an instrument for transfer of power, he says it's possible to accept that this is a traditional symbol of power and authority, and by placing this in the Lok Sabha, India is affirming the fact that sovereignty resides in we the people, and through the people, it resides in the elected members of the Lok Sabha.
You see, what is happening is that the Congress has realized that it is on the wrong foot. So now they have to do damage control. So they have put in Shashi Tharoor to come out with this kind of a statement, because they know now that after what has happened today, it will be very difficult for them to defend themselves in the public, the opposition which they have carried out on this entire new building of Sansad Bhavan, right from its inception, right from its foundation stone, right from the Ashoka symbols over there to even today. So one by one now they will try to do damage control. So Shashi Tharoor has come with that. And I think there is a kind of a division also between the loyalists to the dynasty, because you will see Digvijay coming out with something else, Manishankar coming out with something else, and Tharoor coming out with something else, you see, which reflects what the inner party dynamics is also there. You may see what Gehlot has to say, and then you may have to see what Pilot has to say. So these kind of differences and all these also will get reflected, because each one wants them votes in their constituencies, and they have to go out and meet the people. It is not the Congress leader and all who will be going to the people, but these people will have to go to their constituencies. And let me ask you another question. That monsoon session again will be jointly addressed by the president. So will they again boycott the president?
Okay.
So you see, this is the internal politics and dynamics coming out of that.
Arun Anand, what explains Tharoor's tweet? Because he does and has often in the past taken a slightly contrarian view from the rest of his party. But to come out and say that if you were to just drop that red herring, which according to him is this whole lack of proof that this was an instrument of power transfer from British Raj to independent India, if you were to drop that, he says it's perfectly within reason to accept that the sengol represents the authority, the will of we the people of India, and its rightful place is in the Lok Sabha, because the Lok Sabha represents the sovereignty of India as expressed through the people of India who have elected those 800 members eventually in the Lok Sabha from 2026 onwards.
I think Tharoor, Shashi Tharoor is known to have an open mind, and he has been largely there have been moments in the parliament when Congress have kind of walked out, but Shashi Tharoor has stayed back. Also, he has taken a different line at times. So I would say that probably one thing is that yes, he has taken an independent line on his own and he's trying to balance the things. Second, I agree to some extent with Professor Kapil Kumar also that probably it's also a damage control exercise where Congress has realized that the stand which it has taken and the way it has been opposing Sengol and like Jairam Ramesh came out with statement on that, and Congress has followed it with a boycott. So this is not going down very well with the common people. So it's a tactical move also to some extent. But as I had mentioned earlier, it's very sad to see petty politics being played out on such momentous and historical occasions, and they should not underrate the capacity or the thinking power of the common man on the street. And people are watching it out with 24/7 television broadcasting all the images, and on Twitter you are seeing all these tweets. So I think Congress has put itself in a fix. It has shot itself in the foot, and now it is trying to do damage control.
All right, Professor Kapil Kumar, I'll give you the final word. Just in terms of, the Congress or the other opposition is also saying that, it's not just the BJP that represents cultural nationalism or cultural civilizational awakening. We are also Jane Udari. Rahul Gandhi goes to Shaivite temples. Even in the Karnataka elections, you saw Priyanka Gandhi visit numerous temples. So the BJP alone does not have any kind of exclusive rights on Hinduism and Hindu traditions.
You see, I'm not talking of any rights of any party, but I'll explain it this way, that there has to be a consistency in your approach. BJP, right from its inception from the Jalsang days, has maintained a consistency of cultural nationalism. Whereas these other parties, they were, as you said, Jane Udari, Brahman and all that, these they do only for votes at the time of elections. There is no consistency in that. We have a photograph of Rajiv Gandhi's time when that Nanga Baba in Mathura, he's hitting his head with his feet also.
Yeah.
So occasionally, if you start talking of cultural nationalism, that doesn't mean you have come to that in terms of cultural nationalism. And this consistency and just doing an electoral vote is the difference between the opposition and the BJP party as such, because BJP has maintained its stand of cultural nationalism.
All right. I want to thank Professor Kapil Kumar as well as Arun Anand for joining us. What a wonderful moment this, and we're going to leave you with these pictures as we count down to the Mann Ki Baat episode that's going to come up at 11 a.m. But look at these pictures. The picture of the Prime Minister doing the Shashtang in front of the Sengol, then carrying that Sengol with all divinity and with all humility and giving it its rightful place, climbing up the steps of the Lok Sabha and then placing it right next to the Speaker's chair, from where all 800 plus members of the Lok Sabha come 2026. The Sengol will be looking at them and they will be looking at the Sengol, reminding them that they rule in the name of the people and in the welfare of the people. What a historic moment this is. The new Parliament building being inaugurated and dedicated to 1.4 billion Indians. It's rather unfortunate that some opposition parties have decided to boycott it. But when the history of this moment and this time is written, it will be written in golden letters that India has well and truly opened a new chapter. Quick break. When we come back, it'll be Mann Ki Baat and continuing coverage with my colleague Anand Narasimhan.
Ceiling of the Lok Sabha is going to look something like this. It is based on what peacock's feathers would look like. Several inferences have been taken from many more cultural and heritage sites across the country. Inspiration being drawn not just for the design of the Lok Sabha, but for the entire Parliament building as well. The Rajya Sabha is going to be modelled on India's national flower, and that's the lotus. The new Lok Sabha is going to have a seating of 882 members of Parliament. The entire Parliament building is going to be sprawled over 64,500 square meters. There are going to be several facilities for the members of Parliament in this new building. New lounges are going to be there for the members of Parliament, for visitors as well across this entire building. State-of-the-art library is another such feature that we are going to be seeing in this particular building. 150-year shelf life is what this new building will have. There are going to be several committee rooms. Currently, there are only 3 in the old building. There are going to be at least 6 in the new building. there is going to be a Constitution Hall as well, which will be open not just for the members of Parliament, but also for visitors that would be visiting this iconic building. This is the new and improved Parliament that we are going to be getting come this Sunday, where it is dedicated to the nation. The next session of Parliament, which is the monsoon session, will be held from this particular building. When there is a joint session, there will be space for at least 1,200 and over members of Parliament to be presiding over that particular session, something that we do not currently have in the old building, which has necessitated these changes. So this new building is not just a new one, it's also an improved one. It's a tale of India's growth, it's a tale of India's history, looking into India's future.
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome. Welcome to this continuous broadcast, and we are right inside what will look like the new parliament, the new area where Lok Sabha, this is the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen, peacock themed. The Rajya Sabha is lotus themed, the petals of the peacock right at top, the national bird of our country, the lotus that is symbolic of absolute purity and symmetry. That's what the Rajya Sabha will stand for. But this is the peacock themed Lok Sabha that you see. It looks brilliant. It's been completed in record time. On the Jayanti of Veer Savarkar, the sengol or the Raj Dharma, how it is seen, the equivalent of it in the north of the Vindhyas, the sengol finds its rightful place right next to the speaker in the brand new Sansad. 882 members of the Lok Sabha post delimitation exercise in 2026 will find seats in the Lok Sabha. There will be lounges for the ministers. There will also be a capacity of the overall square meters. The size is more than 64,300 square meters, the size of the brand new Lok Sabha, which has been built behind the original Lok Sabha right now, which will soon become a museum. And it will have video conferencing facilities. So a lot of business can be transacted from inside the parliament itself by the ministers. 150-year shelf life for this building. The last building was seen in the 1920s, and nearly 102 years later, we see the brand new Sansad. It's a state-of-the-art library, committee rooms, and of course, constitutional hall, which will be there. It's called the Central Hall in the old Parliament. Now in the new Parliament, it will be called the Constitution Hall, where the joint session will be conducted. Can seat up to 1,272 MPs in a joint session. And that's what the size will be post the delimitation exercise in 2026. So 2 years, 3 years before that delimitation exercise, we see a brand new parliament already dedicated to the people of India. Sansad for a Naya Bharat, Sansad for Bharat in its Amrit Kal is ready. And this is the preparation that Prime Minister Narendra Modi wanted. It's been completed in record time. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, right now where I stand in front of you, to my right is the Speaker's chair, and to the right of the Speaker will be the sengol that has been now installed by the Prime Minister himself. He is going to surely speak about it in the 101st episode of Mann Ki Baat. We are just waiting for it to get underway. But these are the visuals of this Sunday morning, a historic Sunday morning where the sengol found itself installed. There was a Havan for praying that the new Sansad only augurs better times for Bharat as a vibrant democracy, the largest democracy in the world. Chants were echoing all across while the Prime Minister held the dand, the Sashtang Namaskar, which showed the sign of respect. And going forward, the Prime Minister very clearly saying this is not a walking stick. This is a symbol of good governance. This is the symbol of Dharma being retained. When we say Dharma, it is sustainability, that which sustains society. Those practices, justice, law, and equality, those principles which have been outlined in our text, this is what the sengol stands for, and the sengol will be right next to the Speaker, who will be responsible to ensure that proceedings in Parliament uphold the very aspect of sustenance that is sustaining India. Dharayate iti dharma, that which sustains is dharma, and that's what the sengol stands for. More than 1200 years ago, it finds its mention, 12 verses in the Tirukural, which talk about the importance of good governance. And it's the same concept north of the Vindhyas in northern India, which was extolled by the prevalence of a Raj Dharma. So that is what the transfer of power happened in 1947, setting aside all the controversy, but conspicuous by their absence, even as the workers were honored. And there was the entire Sarva Dharma Prarthana ceremony. The opposition was absent. Let's listen to Mann Ki Baat.
नमस्कार. मन की बात में एक बार फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. इस बार मन की बात का ये एपिसोड सेकंड सेंचुरी का प्रारंभ है. पिछले महीने हम सभी ने इसकी स्पेशल सेंचुरी को सेलिब्रेट किया है. आपकी भागीदारी ही इस कार्यक्रम की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है. 100वें एपिसोड के ब्रॉडकास्ट के समय एक प्रकार से पूरा देश एक सूत्र में बन गया था. हमारे सफाई कर्मी भाई बहन हो या फिर अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के दिग्गज, मन की बात ने सबको एक साथ लाने का काम किया है. आप सभी ने जो आत्मीयता और स्नेह मन की बात के लिए दिखाया है, वो अभूतपूर्व है, भावुक कर देने वाला है. जब मन की बात का प्रसारण हुआ तो उस समय दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में, अलग अलग टाइम जोन में, कहीं शाम हो रही थी तो कहीं देर रात थी. इसके बावजूद बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने 100वें एपिसोड को सुनने के लिए समय निकाला. मैंने हजारों मील दूर न्यूजीलैंड का वो वीडियो भी देखा जिसमें 100 वर्ष की एक माताजी अपना आशीर्वाद दे रही हैं। मन की बात को लेकर देश विदेश के लोगों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों ने कंस्ट्रक्टिव एनालिसिस भी किया है। लोगों ने इस बात को अप्रिशिएट किया है कि मन की बात में देश और देशवासियों की उपलब्धियों की ही चर्चा होती है। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को इस आशीर्वाद के लिए पूरे आदर के साथ धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, बीते दिनों हमने मन की बात में काशी तमिल संगमम की बात की, सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम की बात की। कुछ समय पहले ही वाराणसी में काशी तेलुगु संगमम भी हुआ। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को ताकत देने वाला ऐसे ही एक और अनूठा प्रयास देश में हुआ है। ये प्रयास है युवा संगम का। मैंने सोचा इस बारे में विस्तार से क्यों ना उन्हीं लोगों से पूछा जाए जो इस अनूठे प्रयास का हिस्सा रहे हैं। इसलिए अभी मेरे साथ फोन पर 2 युवा जुड़े हुए हैं। एक है अरुणाचल प्रदेश के ग्यामर न्योकुम जी और दूसरी बेटी है बिहार की बिटिया विशाखा सिंह जी। आइए पहले हम ग्यामर न्योकुम जी से बात करते हैं। ग्यामर जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते मोदी जी।
अच्छा ग्यामर जी, जरा सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके विषय में जानना चाहता हूँ।
मोदी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका और भारत सरकार का बहुत ही ज्यादा आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने बहुत कीमती टाइम निकाल के मुझसे बात करने का मुझे मौका दिया। मैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में फर्स्ट ईयर में मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ रहा हूँ।
और परिवार में क्या करते हैं पिताजी वगैरह?
जी, मेरे पिताजी छोटे मोटे बिजनेस और उसके बाद कुछ फार्मिंग ये सब करते हैं।
युवा संगम के लिए आपको पता कैसे चला? युवा संगम में गए कहाँ, कैसे गए, क्या हुआ?
मोदी जी, मुझे युवा संगम का हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जो NIT है, उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि आप इसमें भाग ले सकते हैं। तो मैंने फिर थोड़ा इंटरनेट में थोड़ा खोज किया। फिर मुझे पता चला कि ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम है जिसमें मुझे एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत ना जो विजन है उसमें भी बहुत ही योगदान दे सकते हैं और मुझे कुछ नया चीज जानने का मौका मिलेगा ना। तो तुरंत मैंने फिर उसमें वेबसाइट में जाके एनरोल किया। मेरा अनुभव बहुत ही मजेदार रहा, बहुत ही अच्छा था।
कोई सिलेक्शन आपको करना था?
मोदी जी, जब वेबसाइट खोला था अरुणाचल वालों के लिए 2 ऑप्शन था। पहला था आंध्र प्रदेश जिसमें IIT तिरुपति था और दूसरा था सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी राजस्थान। तो मैंने राजस्थान में किया था अपना फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस। सेकंड प्रेफरेंस मैंने IIT तिरुपति किया था। तो मुझे राजस्थान के लिए सेलेक्ट हुआ था, तो मैं राजस्थान गया था।
कैसा रहा आपका राजस्थान यात्रा? आप पहली बार राजस्थान गए थे?
हाँ, मैं पहली बार अरुणाचल से बाहर गया था। मैंने तो जो राजस्थान के किले ये सब तो मैंने बस फिल्म और फोन में ही देखा था ना। तो मैंने जब पहली बार गया तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ही, वहाँ के लोग बहुत ही अच्छे थे और जो हमें ट्रीटमेंट दिया बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा था और जो हमें नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला। मुझे राजस्थान के बारे की और उधर के लोग जैसे कि रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, बहुत कुछ नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला जो मुझे बिल्कुल ही मालूम नहीं था। तो ये प्रोग्राम मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा था, राजस्थान का विजिट।
देखिए, आपको तो सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये हुआ है कि अरुणाचल में भी वीरों की भूमि है, राजस्थान भी वीरों की भूमि है और राजस्थान से सेना में भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग हैं। और अरुणाचल में सीमा पर जो सैनिक है उसमें जब भी राजस्थान के लोग मिलेंगे तो आप जरूर उनसे बात करेंगे कि देखिए मैं राजस्थान गया था, ऐसा अनुभव था, तो आपकी तो निकटता एकदम से बढ़ जाएगी। अच्छा, आपको वहाँ कोई समानताएं भी ध्यान में आई होगी? आपको लगता होगा हाँ यार, ये अरुणाचल में भी तो ऐसा ही है।
मोदी जी, मुझे जो एक समानता मुझे मिली ना वो थी कि जो देश प्रेम है ना और जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो विजन और जो फीलिंग जो मुझे देखा। क्योंकि अरुणाचल में भी लोग अपने आप को बहुत ही गर्व महसूस करते हैं कि वो भारतीय है और राजस्थान में भी लोग अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए बहुत जो गर्व महसूस होता है, वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा नजर आया। और स्पेशली जो युवा पीढ़ी है ना, क्योंकि मैंने उधर में बहुत सारे युवा के साथ इंटरेक्ट और बातचीत किया ना, तो वो चीज मुझे बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया। जो कि वो चाहते हैं कि भारत के लिए जो कुछ करने का और जो अपने देश के लिए प्रेम है ना, वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही दोनों ही राज्य में बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया।
तो वहाँ जो मित्र मिले हैं मुझसे परिचय बढ़ाया कि आकर के भूल गए?
नहीं, मैंने बढ़ाया, परिचय किया।
हाँ, तो आप सोशल मीडिया में एक्टिव हैं?
जी, मोदी जी में एक्टिव हो।
तो आपने ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए, अपना ये युवा संगम का अनुभव कैसा रहा, आपने उसमें एनरोल कैसे किया, राजस्थान में अनुभव कैसा रहा, ताकि देश भर के युवाओं को पता चले कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का महात्म्य क्या है, ये योजना क्या है, उसका फायदा युवा कैसे ले सकते हैं। पूरा अपने एक्सपीरियंस का ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए, तो बहुत लोगों को पढ़ने के लिए काम आएगा।
जी, मैं जरूर करूंगा।
ग्यामर जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, और आप सब युवा देश के लिए, देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, क्योंकि ये 25 साल अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, आपके जीवन के भी और देश के जीवन के भी। तो मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मोदी, आपको भी।
नमस्कार भैया। साथियों, अरुणाचल के लोग इतनी आत्मीयता से भरे होते हैं कि उनसे बात करते हुए मुझे बहुत आनंद आता है। युवा संगम में ग्यामर जी का अनुभव तो बेहतरीन रहा। आइए अब बिहार की बेटी विशाखा सिंह जी से बात करते हैं। विशाखा जी, नमस्कार।
सर्वप्रथम तो भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मेरा प्रणाम, और मेरे साथ सभी डेलीगेट्स की तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, पहले अपने बारे में बताइए, फिर मुझे युवा संगम के विषय में भी जानना है।
मैं बिहार के सासाराम नाम के शहर की निवासी हूँ, और मुझे युवा संगम के बारे में मेरे कॉलेज के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के मैसेज के थ्रू पता चला था सबसे पहले तो। उसके बाद फिर मैंने पता करा इसके बारे में और डिटेल निकाली कि ये क्या है, तो मुझे पता चला कि ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक स्कीम एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के थ्रू युवा संगम है। तो उसके बाद मैंने अप्लाई करा, और जब मैंने अप्लाई करा तो मैं एक्साइटेड थी इस पे ज्वाइन होने के लिए। लेकिन जब मैं वहां से घूम के तमिलनाडु जाके वापस आई, वो जो एक्सपोजर मैंने गेन किया, उसके बाद मुझे अभी बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा प्राउड फील होता है दैट आई हैव बीन द पार्ट ऑफ दिस प्रोग्राम। तो मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा खुशी है उस प्रोग्राम में पार्ट लेने की, और मैं तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ आपका कि आपने हमारे जैसे युवाओं के लिए इतना बेहतरीन प्रोग्राम बनाया जिससे हम भारत के विभिन्न भागों के कल्चर को अडेप्ट कर सकते हैं।
विशाखा जी, आप क्या पढ़ती हैं?
मैं कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग की सेकेंड ईयर की छात्रा हूँ।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, आपने किस राज्य में जाना है, कहाँ जुड़ना है, वो निर्णय कैसे किया?
जब मैंने ये युवा संगम के बारे में सर्च करना शुरू किया गूगल पे, तभी मुझे पता चल गया था कि बिहार के डेलीगेट्स को तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट्स के साथ एक्सचेंज किया जा रहा है। तमिलनाडु काफी रिच कल्चरल स्टेट है हमारे कंट्री का। तो उस टाइम भी मैंने जब ये जाना, ये देखा कि बिहार वालों को तमिलनाडु भेजा जा रहा है, तो इसने भी मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मदद किया ये डिसीजन लेने में कि मुझे फॉर्म फिल करना चाहिए, वहाँ जाना चाहिए या नहीं। और मैं सच में आज बहुत ज्यादा गौरवान्वित महसूस करती हूँ कि मैंने इसमें पार्ट लिया, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है।
आपका पहली बार जाना हुआ तमिलनाडु?
जी, मैं पहली बार गई थी।
अच्छा, कोई खास यादगार चीज अगर आप कहना चाहें तो क्या कहेंगे? देश के युवा सुन रहे हैं आपको।
जी, पूरा जर्नी माने तो मेरे लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन रहा है। एक एक पड़ाव पे हमने बहुत सारी अच्छी चीजें सीखी हैं। मैंने तमिलनाडु में जाके अच्छे दोस्त बनाए हैं, वहाँ के कल्चर को अडेप्ट किया है, वहाँ के लोगों से मिली मैं। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी चीज जो मुझे लगी वहाँ पे, वो पहली चीज तो ये कि किसी को भी मौका नहीं मिलता है इसरो में जाने का, और हम डेलीगेट्स थे तो हमें ये मौका मिला था कि हम इसरो में जाएं। प्लस दूसरी बात सबसे अच्छी थी वो थी जब हम राजभवन में गए और हम तमिलनाडु के राज्यपाल जी से मिले, तो वो 2 मोमेंट जो था वो मेरे लिए काफी सही था। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस एज में हम हैं एज अ यूथ, हमें वो मौका नहीं मिल पाता जो कि युवा संगम के थ्रू मिला है। तो ये काफी सही और सबसे यादगार मोमेंट था मेरे लिए।
बिहार में तो खाने का तरीका अलग है, तमिलनाडु में खाने का तरीका अलग है।
जी,
तो वो सेट हो गया था पूरी तरह?
वहाँ जब हम लोग गए थे तो साउथ इंडियन क्विजीन है वहाँ पे तमिलनाडु में। तो जैसे ही हम लोग गए थे तो वहाँ जाते के साथ हमें डोसा, इडली, सांभर, उत्तपम, वड़ा, उपमा ये सब सर्व किया गया था। तो पहले जब हमने ट्राई करा तो दैट वाज टू गुड। वहाँ का खाना जो है वो बहुत ही हेल्दी है एक्चुअली, बहुत ही ज्यादा टेस्ट में भी बेहतरीन है और हमारे नॉर्थ के खाने से बहुत ही ज्यादा अलग है। तो मुझे वहाँ का खाना भी बहुत अच्छा लगा और वहाँ के लोग भी बहुत अच्छे लगे।
अब तो दोस्त भी बन गए होंगे तमिलनाडु में?
जी जी, वहाँ पे हम रुके थे NIT त्रिची में, उसके बाद IIT मद्रास में। तो उन दोनों जगह के स्टूडेंट से तो मेरी दोस्ती हो गई है। प्लस बीच में एक CII का वेलकम सेरेमनी था, तो वहाँ पे वहाँ के आसपास के कॉलेज के भी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स आए थे। तो वहाँ हमने उन स्टूडेंट से भी इंटरेक्ट किया और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों से मिलकर। काफी लोग तो मेरे दोस्त भी हैं और कुछ डेलीगेट से भी मिले थे, जो तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट बिहार आ रहे थे, तो हमारी बातचीत उनसे भी हुई थी और हम अभी भी आपस में बात करते हैं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
तो विशाखा जी, आप एक ब्लॉग लिखिए और सोशल मीडिया पे ये आपको पूरा अनुभव, एक तो इस युवा संगम का, फिर एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का, और फिर तमिलनाडु में अपनापन जो मिला, जो आपको स्वागत सत्कार हुआ, तमिल लोगों का प्यार मिला, ये सारी चीजें देश को बताइए आप। तो लिखोगी आप?
जी जरूर।
तो मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार।
ग्यामर और विशाखा, आपको मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। युवा संगम में आपने जो सीखा है वो जीवन पर्यंत आपके साथ रहे, यही मेरी आप सबके प्रति शुभकामना है। साथियों, भारत की शक्ति इसकी विविधता में है। हमारे देश में देखने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। इसी को देखते हुए एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री ने युवा संगम नाम से एक बेहतरीन पहल की है। इस पहल का उद्देश्य पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट बढ़ाने के साथ ही देश के युवाओं को आपस में घुलने मिलने का मौका देना। विभिन्न राज्यों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों को इससे जोड़ा गया है। युवा संगम में युवा दूसरे राज्यों के शहरों और गांवों में जाते हैं। उन्हें अलग अलग तरह के लोगों के साथ मिलने का मौका मिलता है। युवा संगम के फर्स्ट राउंड में लगभग 1200 युवा देश के 22 राज्यों का दौरा कर चुके हैं। जो भी युवा इसका हिस्सा बने हैं, वे अपने साथ ऐसी यादें लेकर वापस लौट रहे हैं जो जीवन भर उनके हृदय में बसी रहेगी। हमने देखा है कि कई बड़ी कंपनियों के CEO, बिजनेस लीडर्स, उन्होंने बैग पैकर्स की तरह भारत में समय गुजारा है। मैं जब दूसरे देशों के लीडर से मिलता हूं तो कई बार वो भी बताते हैं कि वो अपनी युवावस्था में भारत घूमने के लिए गए थे। हमारे भारत में इतना कुछ जानने और देखने के लिए है कि आपकी उत्सुकता हर बार बढ़ती ही जाएगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इन रोमांचक अनुभवों को जानकर आप भी देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की यात्रा के लिए जरूर प्रेरित होंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कुछ दिनों पहले ही मैं जापान में हिरोशिमा में था। वहां मुझे हिरोशिमा पीस मेमोरियल म्यूजियम में जाने का अवसर मिला। यह एक भावुक कर देने वाला अनुभव था। जब हम इतिहास की यादों को संजोकर रखते हैं तो वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों की बहुत मदद करता है। कई बार म्यूजियम में हमें नए सबक मिलते हैं तो कई बार हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत में इंटरनेशनल म्यूजियम एक्सपो का भी आयोजन किया था। इसमें दुनिया के 1200 से अधिक म्यूजियम की विशेषताओं को दर्शाया गया। हमारे यहाँ भारत में अलग अलग प्रकार के ऐसे कई म्यूजियम्स हैं जो हमारे अतीत से जुड़े अनेक पहलुओं को प्रदर्शित करते हैं। जैसे गुरुग्राम में एक अनोखा संग्रहालय है, म्यूजियो कैमेरा। इसमें 1860 के बाद के 8000 से ज्यादा कैमरों का कलेक्शन मौजूद है। तमिलनाडु के म्यूजियम ऑफ पॉसिबिलिटीज को हमारे दिव्यांगजनों को ध्यान में रखकर डिजाइन किया गया है। मुंबई का छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज वास्तु संग्रहालय एक ऐसा म्यूजियम है जिसमें 70,000 से भी अधिक चीजें संरक्षित की गई हैं। साल 2010 में स्थापित इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट एक तरह का ऑनलाइन म्यूजियम है। ये जो दुनिया भर से भेजी गई तस्वीरों और कहानियों के माध्यम से भारत के गौरवशाली इतिहास की कड़ियों को जोड़ने में जुटा है। विभाजन की विभीषिका से जुड़ी स्मृतियों को भी सामने लाने का प्रयास किया गया है। बीते वर्षों में भी हमने भारत में नए नए तरह के म्यूजियम और मेमोरियल बनते देखे हैं। स्वाधीनता संग्राम में आदिवासी भाई बहनों के योगदान को समर्पित 10 नए म्यूजियम बनाए जा रहे हैं। कोलकाता के विक्टोरिया मेमोरियल में विप्लवी भारत गैलरी हो या फिर जलियांवाला बाग मेमोरियल का पुनरुद्धार, देश के सभी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों को समर्पित पीएम म्यूजियम भी आज दिल्ली की शोभा बढ़ा रहा है। दिल्ली में ही नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल और पुलिस मेमोरियल में हर रोज अनेकों लोग शहीदों को नमन करने आते हैं। ऐतिहासिक दांडी यात्रा को समर्पित दांडी मेमोरियल हो या फिर स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी म्यूजियम, खैर मुझे यहीं रुक जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि देश भर में म्यूजियम्स की लिस्ट काफी लंबी है और पहली बार देश में सभी म्यूजियम्स के बारे में जरूरी जानकारियों को कंपाइल भी किया गया है। म्यूजियम किस थीम पर आधारित है, वहाँ किस तरह की वस्तुएं रखी हैं, वहाँ की कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स क्या है, ये सब कुछ एक ऑनलाइन डायरेक्टरी में समाहित है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि आपको जब भी मौका मिले अपने देश के इन म्यूजियम्स को देखने जरूर जाएं। आप वहाँ की आकर्षक तस्वीरों को #म्यूजियम मेमोरीज पर शेयर करना भी ना भूलें। इससे अपनी वैभवशाली संस्कृति के साथ हम भारतीयों का जुड़ाव और मजबूत होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम सब ने एक कहावत कई बार सुनी होगी, बार बार सुनी होगी, बिन पानी सब सून, बिना पानी जीवन पर संकट तो रहता ही है, व्यक्ति और देश का विकास भी ठप पड़ जाता है। भविष्य की इसी चुनौती को देखते हुए आज देश के हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। हमारे अमृत सरोवर इसलिए विशेष हैं क्योंकि ये आजादी के अमृत काल में बन रहे हैं और इसमें लोगों का अमृत प्रयास लगा है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि अब तक 50,000 से ज्यादा अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण भी हो चुका है। ये जल संरक्षण की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा कदम है। साथियों, हम हर गर्मी में इसी तरह पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के बारे में बात करते रहते हैं। इस बार भी हम इस विषय को लेंगे, लेकिन इस बार चर्चा करेंगे जल संरक्षण से जुड़े स्टार्टअप्स की। एक स्टार्टअप है फ्लॉक्स जैन। ये स्टार्टअप IoT एनेबल्ड तकनीक के जरिए वाटर मैनेजमेंट के विकल्प देता है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी पानी के इस्तेमाल के पैटर्न्स बताएगा और पानी के प्रभावी इस्तेमाल में मदद करेगा। एक और स्टार्टअप है लिव एंड सेंस। ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग पर आधारित प्लेटफॉर्म है। इसकी मदद से वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की प्रभावी निगरानी की जा सकेगी। इससे ये भी पता चल सकेगा कि कहाँ कितना पानी बर्बाद हो रहा है। एक और स्टार्टअप है कुंभी कागज। ये कुंभी कागज ऐसा विषय है, मुझे पक्का विश्वास है आपको भी बहुत पसंद आएगा। कुंभी कागज स्टार्टअप उसने एक विशेष काम शुरू किया है। वे जलकुंभी से कागज बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। यानी जो जलकुंभी कभी जल स्रोतों के लिए एक समस्या समझी जाती थी, उसी से अब कागज बनने लगा है। साथियों, कई युवा अगर इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो कई युवा ऐसे भी हैं जो समाज को जागरूक करने के मिशन में भी लगे हुए हैं। जैसे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में बालोद जिले के युवा हैं। यहाँ के युवाओं ने पानी बचाने के लिए एक अभियान शुरू किया है। ये घर घर जाकर लोगों को जल संरक्षण के लिए जागरूक करते हैं। कहीं शादी ब्याह जैसा कोई आयोजन होता है तो युवाओं का ये ग्रुप वहां जाकर पानी का दुरुपयोग कैसे रोका जा सकता है इसकी जानकारी देता है। पानी के सदुपयोग से जुड़ा एक प्रेरक प्रयास झारखंड के खूंटी जिले में भी हो रहा है। खूंटी में लोगों ने पानी के संकट से निपटने के लिए बोरी बांध का रास्ता निकाला है। बोरी बांध से पानी इकट्ठा होने के कारण यहाँ साग सब्जियां भी पैदा होने लगी हैं। इससे लोगों की आमदनी भी बढ़ रही है और इलाके की जरूरतें भी पूरी हो रही हैं। जन भागीदारी का कोई भी प्रयास कैसे कई बदलावों को साथ लेकर आता है, खूंटी इसका एक आकर्षक उदाहरण बन गया है। मैं यहाँ के लोगों को इस प्रयास के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 1965 के युद्ध के समय हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने जय जवान जय किसान का नारा दिया था। बाद में अटल जी ने इसमें जय विज्ञान भी जोड़ दिया था। कुछ वर्ष पहले देश के वैज्ञानिकों से बात करते हुए मैंने जय अनुसंधान की बात की थी। मन की बात में आज बात एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की, एक ऐसी संस्था की जो जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान इन चारों का ही प्रतिबिंब है। ये सज्जन है महाराष्ट्र के श्रीमान शिवाजी शामराव डोले जी। शिवाजी डोले नासिक जिले के एक छोटे से गांव के रहने वाले हैं। वो गरीब आदिवासी किसान परिवार से आते हैं और एक पूर्व सैनिक भी हैं। फौज में रहते हुए उन्होंने अपना जीवन देश के लिए लगाया। रिटायर होने के बाद उन्होंने कुछ नया सीखने का फैसला किया और एग्रीकल्चर में डिप्लोमा किया। यानी वो जय जवान से जय किसान की तरफ बढ़ चले। अब हर पल उनकी कोशिश यही रहती है कि कैसे कृषि क्षेत्र में अपना अधिक से अधिक योगदान दें। अपने इस अभियान में शिवाजी डोले जी ने 20 लोगों की एक छोटी सी टीम बनाई और कुछ पूर्व सैनिकों को भी इसमें जोड़ा। इसके बाद उनकी इस टीम ने वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव पावर एंड एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग लिमिटेड नाम की एक सहकारी संस्था का प्रबंधन अपने हाथ में ले लिया। ये सहकारी संस्था निष्क्रिय पड़ी थी, जिसे रिवाइव करने का बीड़ा उन्होंने उठाया। देखते ही देखते आज वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव का विस्तार कई जिलों में हो गया है। आज ये टीम महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका में काम कर रही है। इससे करीब 18,000 लोग जुड़े हैं, जिनमें काफी संख्या में हमारे एक्स सर्विसमैन भी हैं। नासिक के मालेगांव में इस टीम के सदस्य 500 एकड़ से ज्यादा जमीन में एग्रो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं। ये टीम जल संरक्षण के लिए भी कई तालाब भी बनवाने में जुटी है। खास बात यह है कि इन्होंने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग और डेयरी भी शुरू की है। अब इनके उगाए अंगूरों को यूरोप में भी एक्सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है। इस टीम की जो 2 बड़ी विशेषताएं हैं जिसने मेरा ध्यान आकर्षित किया है, वो ये है जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान। इसके सदस्य टेक्नोलॉजी और मॉडर्न एग्रो प्रैक्टिसेस का अधिक से अधिक उपयोग कर रहे हैं। दूसरी विशेषता यह है कि वे एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जरूरी कई तरह के सर्टिफिकेशन पर भी फोकस कर रहे हैं। सहकार से समृद्धि की भावना के साथ काम कर रही इस टीम की मैं सराहना करता हूं। इस प्रयास से न सिर्फ बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, बल्कि आजीविका के अनेक साधन भी बने हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि यह प्रयास मन की बात के हर श्रोता को प्रेरित करेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज 28 मई को महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर सावरकर जी की जयंती है। उनके त्याग, साहस और संकल्प शक्ति से जुड़ी गाथाएं आज भी हम सबको प्रेरित करती हैं। मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब मैं अंडमान में उस कोठरी में गया था जहां वीर सावरकर ने काला पानी की सजा काटी थी। वीर सावरकर का व्यक्तित्व दृढ़ता और विशालता से समाहित था। उनके निर्भीक और स्वाभिमानी स्वभाव को गुलामी की मानसिकता बिल्कुल भी रास नहीं आती थी। स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन ही नहीं, सामाजिक समानता और सामाजिक न्याय के लिए भी वीर सावरकर ने जितना कुछ किया उसे आज भी याद किया जाता है। साथियों, कुछ दिन बाद 4 जून को संत कबीरदास जी की भी जयंती है। कबीरदास जी ने जो मार्ग हमें दिखाया है वो आज भी उतना ही प्रासंगिक है। कबीरदास जी कहते थे, कबीरा कुआं एक है पानी भरे अनेक, बर्तन में ही भेद हैं पानी सब में एक। यानी कुएं पर भले भिन्न भिन्न तरह के लोग पानी भरने आए, लेकिन कुआं किसी में भेद नहीं करता। पानी तो सभी बर्तनों में एक ही होता है। संत कबीर ने समाज को बांटने वाली हर कुप्रथा का विरोध किया, समाज को जागरूक करने का प्रयास किया। आज जब देश विकसित होने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो हमें संत कबीर से प्रेरणा लेते हुए समाज को सशक्त करने के अपने प्रयास और बढ़ाने चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मैं आपसे देश की एक ऐसी महान हस्ती के बारे में चर्चा करने जा रहा हूं जिन्होंने राजनीति और फिल्म जगत में अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा के बल पर अमिट छाप छोड़ी। इस महान हस्ती का नाम है एनटी रामाराव, जिन्हें हम सभी एनटीआर के नाम से भी जानते हैं। आज एनटीआर की 100वीं जयंती है। अपनी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के बल पर वो न सिर्फ तेलुगु सिनेमा के महानायक बने, बल्कि उन्होंने करोड़ों लोगों का दिल भी जीता। क्या आपको मालूम है कि उन्होंने 300 से अधिक फिल्मों में काम किया था? उन्होंने कई ऐतिहासिक पात्रों को अपने अभिनय के दम पर फिर से जीवंत कर दिया था। भगवान कृष्ण, राम और ऐसी कई अन्य भूमिकाओं में एनटीआर की एक्टिंग को लोगों ने इतना पसंद किया कि लोग उन्हें आज भी याद करते हैं। एनटीआर ने सिनेमा जगत के साथ साथ राजनीति में भी अपनी अलग पहचान बनाई थी। यहाँ भी उन्हें लोगों का भरपूर प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला। देश दुनिया में लाखों लोगों के दिलों पर राज करने वाले एनटी रामाराव जी को मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में इस बार इतना ही। अगली बार कुछ नए विषयों के साथ आपके बीच आऊंगा। तब तक कुछ इलाकों में गर्मी और ज्यादा बढ़ चुकी होगी, कहीं कहीं पर बारिश भी शुरू हो जाएगी। आपको मौसम की हर परिस्थिति में अपनी सेहत का ध्यान रखना है। 21 जून को हम वर्ल्ड योगा डे भी मनाएंगे। उसकी भी देश विदेश में तैयारियां चल रही है। आप इन तैयारियों के बारे में भी अपने मन की बात मुझे लिखते रहिए। किसी और विषय पर कोई और जानकारी अगर आपको मिले तो वो भी मुझे बताइएगा। मेरा प्रयास ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुझावों को मन की बात में लेने का रहेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मिलेंगे अगले महीने। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। नमस्कार।
Of trivial politics that Congress is getting into. I mean, why are you demeaning the entire importance of the new parliament building and the fact that the Senegal is being placed right beside the chair of the Lok Sabha? I mean, it's a Lok Sabha speaker. I mean, it's kind of trivial. Why are you not celebrating India?
We are taking you through this virtual journey of what the new Sansad looks like. This is the lower house, the Lok Sabha, which is themed around the peacock motif, the national bird of India. It's colored green. The overall theme in the Lok Sabha is green. The peacock has been chosen as the motif to be used in the Lok Sabha. In the Rajya Sabha, the upper house, it'll be the lotus theme, the national flower. The lower house is colored green, whereas the upper house is colored rust orange. It's 64,500 square meters, the total area of this new parliament building. The Lok Sabha can seat over 800 MPs and the Rajya Sabha can seat over 350. It's been built up over 64,500 square meters. There's going to be new special lounges for MPs. State-of-the-art conference rooms are going to be there. There's going to be a constitution hall, just like your central hall in the old parliament, which will seat all 1,200 plus MPs. Mind you, one of the main reasons why the old parliament was not able to take the strength of the new Lok Sabha and the new Rajya Sabha was because after delimitation in 2026, the strength of both houses will increase. So over 800 in the Lok Sabha, over 350 in the Rajya Sabha. But like I said, technology-wise, there are going to be state-of-the-art conference rooms, libraries, committee rooms, a constitution hall, which will house members from both houses. The shelf life of this building is 150 years. Much like the old building, which is going to be almost 100 years since its inauguration, inaugurated way back in 1927. Like I said, this is the lower house, this virtual journey. It's been themed on the peacock motif, which is the national bird. The upper house, the house of the elders of the Rajya Sabha, has been themed around the lotus, the national flower. Let me now go across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's joining us from outside the new Parliament complex, where the sengol was installed by the Prime Minister right next to the Speaker's chair. Maria, capture for us the significance of today, the moment.
It's historic, it's mesmerizing. Just look at that structure, Zaka. That is the new Parliament of India. The emblem, the national emblem is right up there. You know, Zaka, the significance of democracy. We say India is the largest democracy. The world watches us. We are the democracy by the people. Government is by the people, for the people, of the people. This is what it means today. And for all of us who are covering Parliament, have covered it for over a decade, we realize that the 17th Lok Sabha will now be held here. All those MPs will be now entering that building during the monsoon session to attend that parliament. We certainly hope that there are less boycotts and more time that is spent in the legislative business. But overall, the sense certainly is that this is signifying that India is on the march, as at a time when the world is watching us. World is watching that how is India the bright spot in and otherwise worrying economies all over the world. This is what it signifies, that India can invest in its legacy, that this is about transfer of power in the true sense, that we have seen that entire Kartavya Path change, we have seen the various aspects of this entire, Rajpath becoming Kartavya Path, and now this is what it is. And when we look at it, politics aside, this is a gorgeous building, Zaka. Looking at it from the outside, you certainly feel that it is majestic.
All right, Maria, thank you for that. Like I said, it's a historic moment, and maybe, once the dust settles on this, the opposition could have a rethink on whether they missed a trick by not attending and boycotting today's Parliament inauguration. Let me introduce our guests. Professor Kapil Kumar, historian, is joining us, and Kailash Adhikar.
Namaste and Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. It's a historic day. The 28th of May will be etched in the annals of history. The 140th Jayanti of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar or Veer Savarkar also finds the inauguration of a brand new parliament in independent India. 75 years after our independence, we find a new parliament which is wholly built by India, by Indians, for the people and by the people. A new India, new Sansad, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating the parliament building. A puja and multi-faith prayers were also performed on the occasion. The historic scepter, the sengol from Tamil Nadu, which finds its origins more than about 12 to 1500 years ago, also installed near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair. Lok Sabha Speaker CM Om Birla and also the Adhinam seers across the 21 Saivite Adhinams were also present during this ceremony. Have a look at this report.
Havan, Puja and chants. A beautiful dawn for the Indian democracy. At nearly 8 a.m. in the morning, India watched history unfold as Prime Minister unveiled the Naya Sansad. It all started when Prime Minister Narendra Modi entered the new Parliament building, accompanied by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. The gold-plated silver sengol or scepter presented by the Adhinam seers were handed over to Prime Minister Modi as he prostrated before the scepter. Prime Minister sought blessings from all 21 Adhinam seers after the Havan. Carrying the sengol to the new Lok Sabha building, Prime Minister placed the 100-year-old relic in a prominent position in what the Prime Minister calls its rightful place. A depiction of justice and an ethical government. Prime Minister Modi installed the sengol along with the speaker, followed by 10 minutes of rituals as chants in Tamil and Sanskrit echoed in the newly built parliament. Lighting the diya along with the speaker, Prime Minister and dignitaries entered the premises where priests from all religions were present. Just moments after this, the Prime Minister marked history as he unveiled the plaque at the Naya Sansad. Nearly 10,000 workers who toiled to build the parliament for over 3 years were honoured by Prime Minister Modi himself as he interacted with the group. The grand ceremony ended with the multi-faith prayer at the Naya Sansad, with priests of all religions reciting prayers.
In the paths of righteousness.
The new parliament has risen. This stunning new edifice is a clear representation of India's growth story. With Bureau Report from CNN News 18.
Pallavi Ghosh has been covering the development since morning. Also, the reactions that have come from the opposition. Pallavi, self-goal after self-goal, a historic opportunity missed by the opposition.
Boycotts actually don't work. They often tend to boomerang, Anand, and frankly speaking, maybe it's a valid point that the president should have been invited, though the government has its own explanation for it. But how do you ever justify comments like RJD's when you're likening the entire parliament building into a coffin? It's gory, it's gruesome, it's horrible, and that's the kind of reactions we are seeing on the social media timeline. And of course, the opposition is changing its goalposts from one saying that there was no need for a new parliament building, and then they stood exposed when it was pointed out that Meera Kumar herself had suggested that there is a need for a new parliament building. You boycotted in 2020 when the Bhumi Pujan was taking place, and then you boycott the new parliament buildings first on the grounds that the president is inaugurating it. Now you have an objection to the sengol. Then of course the Samajwadi Party calling them Brahmanical traditions when the Adhinams are actually doing their rituals, are handing over the sengol to the Prime Minister, and that scotching of this fact coming in from government sources and the experts also who say that they actually belong to the backward and the OBC community. So in terms of political narrative, you know, whenever they have been on the wrong side of the issue of Indianness, on the issue of Hinduism, it has tended to boomerang. And also, I mean, I have noticed, for example, because I also cover the Congress party, they have tried to go on a soft Hindutva agenda. This is where the contradiction comes across. You claim to be Hindu and the real Hindutva, and then you start questioning the rituals. I'm sure it's making the allies like the DMK in Tamil Nadu, the NCP and the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra over the Savarkar issue deeply uncomfortable.
Well, Pallavi, a great job done covering the reports. We're just standing by, ladies and gentlemen. In a short while from now, you'll have visuals of all the parliamentarians, the invitees also are assembling at the new parliament for the joint session of parliament that should get underway from noon onwards. And the Prime Minister is expected to speak sometime around 1:10 p.m. this afternoon, this Sunday afternoon, from in Parliament itself, in the new Parliament, after the inauguration of a coin and stamp to commemorate this historic moment. Professor Kapil Kumar is with us at this point. Historian Aarti Agarwal, author and researcher, should also be joining us. We are hopeful that in a short time we have some other guests also joining us. But Professor Kapil Kumar, important moment in history. How big is the symbolism? 140th Jayanti of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, commemorating his contribution and underlining his contribution. So whenever the inauguration of the parliament is talked about, Savarkarji's Jayanti will be brought up. Or whenever Savarkarji's Jayanti is brought up, the fact that the parliament was also inaugurated on this day will be underlined. And also sengol, which in North India has been known as the Raj Dharma, a symbol of dharma, a symbol of good governance, and something which has been practiced in the past, that every person who's got the responsibility to govern has, when that scepter is there, is symbolic of the fact that they will work towards the welfare of society, to ensure that all aspects, all pillars of society are upheld.
Anand, as I said this also, that it represents the Raj Dharma. And whosoever is ruling, whether it's a king, whether it's a prime minister elected, whether it's anyone else, it's the Raj Dharma which has to be remembered. That is Indian culture. And what is Raj Dharma? Raj Dharma is that you have to care for the people. You have to work for their welfare. You have to defend your people. You have to defend your nation. This is Raj Dharma. And you will be impartial. This is Raj Dharma. And that symbolizes that. And if that is there in the parliament, I wish it will be a symbol which will tell these opposition leaders that the way kind of drama which they do, that inside the parliament they will throw mics and all these things, and outside they will come and sit under the Gandhi Murti, that we are Gandhians. They will know what Indian Raj Dharma is, what Indian democracy is. Even our ancient republics, where the ruler was elected democratically, they were also called Rajas. Raja is not a kind of a thing which denotes only a king. It is one who has been there by the people.
Yeah.
And they were there with the will of the people, which denotes that. And it's a historic day today. And the history of this day will be written minus opposition, that they boycotted this occasion, which commemorated with Savarkar Jayanti, one of the greatest revolutionaries of India. And not only they boycotted this day, it will also be written that this had become a habit of the opposition, that anything which happens in national interest, they boycott that and question that. Whether it was boycott, whether it was surgical strike, whether it is coming out of COVID, whether India getting importance outside, where the Indian Prime Minister getting respect outside, they have to oppose. They are under a phobia. Their lust for power is making them do things which they don't understand. And so long, I tell you, they disengage themselves from the nationalist dialogue, from the nation as such, and act such things. I don't know whether it's a common or they're saying that it is their own grave that they have to dig up.
Kapilji, two aspects.
My party headed by a person.
So two aspects. One of the aspects is that when we have the likes of Swami Prasad Maurya calling the Adhinams or those who represent the Shaivite Paramparas as radical Brahminical outfits, without even understanding that none of them have got anything to do with the Brahmana Pratha. They are all non-Brahmin Shaivite Adhinams, 21. Now, is that intellectual bankruptcy, or is it that they are driven by hatred for an individual rather than with following the dharma of an opposition party?
Anand, it's both. Intellectual bankruptcy, that they don't know what Brahman means in Rig Veda. Brahman means one who's indulged in the work. It is not by birth. Same the Yaksha dialogue with Yudhishthir in Mahabharata when he asked what is Jati. And he says karma.
Yeah.
I'm not a born Brahman, but I am a Brahman because I teach. So this is a bankruptcy of what Brahmanism means. What Brahmanism got converted, I'm not going by that. And secondly, what was, tell me, Valmiki ji? I will call him Brahman Valmiki ji because he wrote Ramayana.
Yeah.
And he wrote it in chaste Sanskrit.
Yes.
Which they consider is only of the language of Brahmins. Valmiki ji was not a Brahman in their sense. But he wrote it in Sanskrit.
Yeah.
So this is a mental bankruptcy of understanding the Indian scenario. They try to understand India, particularly from the British point of view, who in 1871 census, overnight, to further divide India, converted India into more and more and more castes. Our professional communities like Teli, like Badai, like Kumar, they were never castes. They were professional communities, profession by profession, generations following that. But the British overnight converted them into low castes. And this is mental bankruptcy which brings them to caste census in Bihar also to further divide this country. Whereas you see every social reformer in India, whether it is Jyotiba Phule, or whether it was Ambedkar, everyone said that casteism has to be abolished, this differentiation among castes which is being carried out today. And these people, they want to create more of these caste divisions. Why? Because they think they will get politics. They have seen the election results. The Indian youth today is not voting on caste. Indian youth today has an awakening that if the country goes up, they also go up. And this awakening among the youth, which is going to carry forward, not these gimmicks and not these
Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat also spoke about the Yuva joining and this entire Yuva exchange interaction that's happening. And he spoke to two youngsters, one from Arunachal, one from Bihar, who had traversed to Rajasthan and to Tamil Nadu respectively, and the exchange has happened. We'll talk more, and we're hoping that Uday Mahurkar, the CIC, also joins us. Stay with us. We take a very short break. Hall, just like your central hall in the old parliament, which will seat all 1,200 plus MPs. Mind you, one of the main reasons why the old parliament was not able to take the strength of the new Lok Sabha and the new Rajya Sabha was because after delimitation in 2026, the strength of both houses will increase. So over 800 in the Lok Sabha, over 350 in the Rajya Sabha. But like I said, technology-wise, there are going to be state-of-the-art conference rooms, libraries, committee rooms, a constitution hall which will house members from both houses. The shelf life of this building is 150 years, much like the old building, which is going to be almost 100 years since its inauguration, inaugurated way back in 1927. Like I said, this is the lower house, this virtual journey. It's been themed on the peacock motif, which is the national bird. The upper house, the house of the elders of the Rajya Sabha, has been themed around the lotus, the national flower. Let me now go across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's joining us from outside the new Parliament complex, where the sengol was installed by the Prime Minister right next to the Speaker's chair. Maria, capture for us the significance of today, the moment.
It's historic, it's mesmerizing. Just look at that structure, Zaka. That is the new Parliament of India. The emblem, the national emblem, is right up there. You know, Zaka, the significance of democracy. We say India is the largest democracy. The world watches us. We are the democracy by the people. Government is by the people, for the people, of the people. This is what it means today. And for all of us who are covering Parliament, have covered it for over a decade, we realize that the 17th Lok Sabha will now be held here. All those MPs will be now entering that building during the monsoon session to attend that Parliament. We certainly hope that there are less boycotts and more time that is spent in the legislative business. But overall, the sense certainly is that this is signifying that India is on the march, as at a time when the world is watching us. World is watching that how is India the bright spot in an otherwise worrying economies all over the world. this is what it signifies, that India can invest in its legacy, that this is about transfer of power in the true sense, that we have seen that entire Kartavya Path change, we have seen the various aspects of this entire, Rajpath becoming Kartavya Path, and now this is what it is. And when we look at it, politics aside, this is a gorgeous building, Zaka. Looking at it from the outside, you certainly feel that it is majestic.
All right, Maria, thank you for that. Like I said, it's a historic moment, and maybe, once the dust settles on this, the opposition could have a rethink on whether they missed a trick by not attending and boycotting today's Parliament inauguration. Let me introduce our guests. Professor Kapil Kumar, historian, is joining us, and Kailash Adhikari is political analyst and managing director with Governance Now. Professor Kapil Kumar, let me start with you. In terms of the historic significance, I think one big thing that happened today, along with all the rituals, was the installation of the sengol, which is a 100-year-old relic. It's been brought back from a museum in Allahabad. It was used, supposedly, for the transfer of power from the British Raj to independent India on the eve of India's independence on the 14th of August 1947. And now that same sengol has been installed right next to the Speaker's chair. Walk us through the significance of not just the installation of the sengol, but also the rituals that took place.
Back live with the historic day, ladies and gentlemen. This is a historic day for us. On the 140th Jayanti of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, the new parliament is inaugurated and also dedicated to the people, along with the installation of the sengol, the historic representation of good governance. So Tamil culture finds its place, its rightful place in Sansad, and also on a day when somebody who was perhaps the attempt was to dust him under the carpets of the annals of history for his contribution to our freedom, also stands championed on this day, the 28th of May. Uday Mahurkarji, author and historian, joins us, and Annamalai Kuppuswamy, president of the Tamil Nadu BJP, also join us. Namaste and Jai Hind, gentlemen. What a historic day and what a proud moment for both of us. Annamalai-ji, let me ask you, how do you feel? Tamil culture, the 21 Adinams blessing the sengol and the Prime Minister installing that right next to the Speaker.
I think it's a great moment for the whole of India, sir. One as a Tamilian, one as a very proud Bharatian. It's a great moment for all of us that we have very, very proudly removed the last colonial vestige that was hanging above our head. The purest form of democracy, of the people, for the people, by the people, we are seeing right in front of our eyes. We have dedicated a new parliament to ourselves, the people of our country. We have built with our sweat and blood this particular parliament. And more importantly, the civilizational continuity that the great Bharat, the civilizational continuity that has sustained the great Bharat, we are seeing in process today. As a Tamilian, the great Sanatana Dharma, that was the soul of Tamil Nadu for a long, long time, I'm seeing its rightful place in the central hall of parliament, the new parliament, which represents the true people's mandate and people's will. I'm very happy to see our Devaram, 10th and 11th century Devaram sung there. Very happy to see the Kolaru Padigam sung there. Very happy to see the Adinams, 500-year-old mutts, 800-year-old history, heritage. The Adinams getting represented, the collective spirit of Tamilians, 8.5 crore Tamilians, the collective spirit of 142 crore Bharatiyas. Very, very happy to see. I never realized in my lifetime I'm going to see this, sir.
Sir, the parliamentarians,
extremely proud moment.
The parliamentarians are coming in. Speaker Om Birla is coming in. They're all soaking in the sights of the beautiful new parliament. Quickly, Annamalai-ji, before I bring in Uday-ji, the 21 Adinams, their presence has been called radical Brahminism by Swami Prasad Maurya of the Samajwadi Party.
I would like to educate my friend Sri Swami Prasad Maurya ji, since you don't understand Tamil Nadu, and please don't comment on it. The Adinams who are standing there, I am not a guy who talks about caste, and that is not a BJP Karyakarta's job, but still I will try to educate you. The Adinams who are standing there, they come from the so-called oppressed class of Tamil Nadu. They come from the backward sections of Tamil Nadu, the BCs, which you call. They come from the most backward class of Tamil Nadu, MBCs. And there is an Adinam from the SC community also. And if you want to play this Brahmin card again and again for the sake of votes, I am not the person to respond to you. But I can proudly say the Adinam standing there, they represent the collective 8.5 crore Tamilians standing. They represent the vast breadth and length of this country per se, the great Bharat country, all the 142 crore people. You have to come and study the Adinam Mutt, why it was founded. Many of the Adinams fought against British. Many of the Adinams refused to pay the temple tax to them. And those Adinams are proudly standing there, Mr. Swami Prasad Maurya ji. You have to try and understand the Tamil Nadu, the social structure we have. All the Adinams, they represent BCs, the NBCs, and the SCs of Tamil Nadu, some of the Adinams. So please don't try and play the Brahmin card. We are all united. And even if there is a Brahmin representation, what is wrong? Why do you want to discriminate? Are you trying to play the Nazi card here? You want to exterminate everybody here? Everybody has proudly contributed to the soul of this Bharat. Like Brahmins, like other communities of this country, they have equally contributed. And this is sadly the wrong way for you to play the caste card. Instead, you should have come here and be present in the parliament. Part of this historic occasion, because you have committed a historical blunder. And the country is not going to forgive the political parties that have played spoilsport today. They have put their family ahead of our country. And they will pay a heavy penalty in the coming elections to come. Yeah. People are not going to keep quiet, including Tamilians. We feel insulted. 8.5 crore Tamilians, we feel insulted because some of our MPs did not represent us.
Yes.
We have voted them, not a party voted them. 14 lakh people have voted them. 16 lakh people have voted them. And you have let down us today. The great sengol is in Tirukkural, which is much before the religion of Tamil. Right. Much before the so-called religious politics you play in our country. Tirukkural, right. When was it? 2000 years before. There is 10 Kural dedicated only to sengol. I can quote you n number of Sangam literature where sengol was present.
Yes.
In Uttamarayaru inscription in Chola in 10th century, when Parantanga Chola was ruling, if you look at the inscription, he talks about Makkalachi, meaning the will of the people, how they should be elected, how a parliament should be formed. Then you are trying to play the monarchy versus people government card now. I feel very sad. That is your level of history, level of understanding of Bharat. I feel very sad to see this kind of politicians coming and representing their parties without even fully understanding the history of this country, sir.
Well, Jagan Reddy is present, Union Home Minister is present, Smriti Irani, all the other parliamentarians are present. We're waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. But Uday Mahurkarji, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, whose contribution was perennially being undermined, now also firmly etched in the annals of history as an important contributor towards Bharat's Swaratantrata.
The selection of this day for dedicating to the nation the new parliament building is very, very significant. I think it's a belated recognition, but nevertheless, it is something which is very befitting. And I think all of us should be proud because Veer Savarkar, you know, all these years, there has been a controversy which has nagged the name of Veer Savarkar. But it has been totally misplaced, if you ask me. If you ask me today, you see, my book on Savarkar doesn't, it's not a hagiography. It does evaluate him critically, you know. But the point is, at the end of the day, when you analyze his contribution to the nation, as first as a revolutionary, second as a great visionary of India's security and diplomacy, I feel that Veer Savarkar is today, it is very befitting to call him the father of India's national security. Because all the problems which India has faced on the national security front in the last 75 years, 76 years, all the problems were predicted by him 60 to 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Whether it is China, whether it is Pakistan, whether it is the policy of Muslim appeasement at the cost of Hindu rights, which has been practiced in this country for so many years. So, I think this is an age of national reawakening. I am again reiterating what I've been saying off and on, that this should have started soon after independence. Because our great saints, Vivekanand, Sri Aurobindo, my Guru, Swami Pranavanandaji, founder of Bharat Seva Ashram Sangh, a great saint, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, all these great spiritual figures of this country had predicted India's spiritual awakening, India's a great future for this country. But the unfortunate condemnable killing of Mahatma Gandhi by Godse became an opportunity for those people who did not believe in India's culture fully
to push for an alternative narrative.
For condemning it to an extent.
But Udayji,
they thrust on this country a particular ideology, and that continued for several decades. It is only now that we have broken free of it, and that's why I call this age
But
Udayji, reawakening.
Udayji, today.
Secondly, I want to speak something on Sengol.
Ji, please.
Anand.
Ji.
You see, Sengol is being associated only with South India. Sengol is basically the Raj Dand.
Yes. North of the Vindhyas, it is called the Raj Dand.
It's a very ancient tradition of this country, Raj Dand.
Ji.
And even Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
Ji.
As far as I understand, as far as I know, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, when he ascended the throne in 1674, the Supreme Pontiff, Ghaga Bhatt, who conducted his Rajya Abhishek ceremony, did give him this Raj Dand.
Yes.
So this is basically Raj Dand, the Dand of righteousness, which inspires the ruler to rule in a righteous manner.
Yeah, to uphold dharma, because the whole concept of dharma or Raj Dharma came from this whole aspect that you need to do something which will sustain good rule, good governance and welfare for all. But Udayji, there are those who are now looking at the new parliament building and calling it a coffin. So the symbol of a lotus or Padmapada or the whole this one, which has got a very spiritual connotation, that design itself is being associated with a coffin now.
I think that is the indication of the level to which our politics has sunk. Rather, a section of opposition has made politics to sink to this level. I think that is how I will analyze this. Today is a very sacred day, and I think today is a day when you should take a pledge that let us rise above these petty debates, debates based on innuendos, and debate issues of this country in a truthful manner.
Very rightly said.
You see, I criticize even those who denigrate Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru is aptly criticized for his lack of faith in our culture, our spiritual values to an extent, for his lopsided national security policy. But then he does qualify as a great nation builder.
Ji.
That you have to accept.
Correct. Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Savarkar, if he has committed a mistake, it can be debated.
Yeah.
But
don't take away from his contributions and his visions. Very aptly said, Udayji. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his way en route to the new Parliament Annex. He's coming in their new Parliament building. And but Annamalaji, let me quickly ask you: the opposition boycotting it, have they made a historic mistake? Will they reflect on it? Your thought process there.
It's a historic.
And they're also asking, they're also saying, why is PM leading from the front? Shouldn't it be the president? Please. Yes.
They really don't understand the word dharma, which is to go above the party affiliation, because they are representative of about 14 to 16 lakh voters who have voted for them. It's a collective will of people. The parliament is, but unfortunately, they've taken a very partisan lines, like the party presidents and their respective families have told them to do. And secondly, sir, we have to understand the Prime Minister of this country. What is wrong in Prime Minister of this country inaugurating a parliament which is going to house the collective will of 142 crore people, the collective will representation as the Prime Minister? Why do you want to see Prime Minister as a BJP Karyakarta? Why do they have to see, sir? This is an absolutely accommodative process. Right from both houses of the parliament passed a resolution urging the government to construct a new parliament, 2020 foundation laying stone, a group of MPs part of the design process, part of the tender process, Parliament itself decided how it should be. Then 2023 we inaugurate. I'm not stooping them to their level to say, when Tamil Nadu new assembly was inaugurated by the CM, why did the CM do it? When Telangana Secretariat, why did the CM do it? Other Chhattisgarh, why did the CM do it? Of their political parties who are opposing. Now, I'm not going to their level. I believe it is okay. The CM also represents the collective will of the particular state. He has done it. So now, shifting the goalpost and criticizing the PM is just for the sake of criticizing. And the history is not going to forgive them. And the people of their respective states, they are not going to forgive them, because if you are insulting Parliament, some political party has called it a coffin. You better resign all your MP seats, sir. If you're calling it a coffin, you better resign your MP seats. Why do you want to get into that Parliament which you call as a coffin? And you are very happy to sit in a Parliament which Britishers built in 1929, 21. You never had a problem.
Correct.
And why do you have a problem with we ourselves building a new Parliament you're trying to get in? I feel very sorry. The state of politics has come down to this level. I only hope and pray they go and Google what is Dharma, or our very eminent historian said Raj Dharma.
Yes.
Go and Google it. This is above the rule of law. This is exactly why PM is doing it. Because he wants to elevate the political consciousness of this country. He wants to elevate the stature of politicians in our country. Unfortunately, now 8 out of 10 politicians, people don't like us. They can.
Annamalaji, thank you very much. These are visuals coming in from inside the parliament where to huge rapturous applause, Prime Minister Narendra Modi being welcomed. Uday Maukarji, final comment, historic moment this, as we also see the former President Ramnath Kovindji present there, so some very special invitees. We also see the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, they all present there. As the Prime Minister is going in, the proceedings will get underway with the national anthem.
Today is a very sacred day. We have broken free from a very important shackle of the colonial past. We have to appreciate that. Every Indian has to feel proud about it. There might be differences between people, but then we have to rise above that and appreciate that a great thing has happened in the form of this parliament building, because this, look, we are talking about
the national anthem.
गणमान्य अतिथिगण, मैं महासचिव लोकसभा आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार करता हूं। भारत की संसद के इस नवनिर्मित भवन का देश की जन सामान्य को अर्पित करने का यह पावन उत्सव राष्ट्रगान से प्रारंभ होगा। इस सभा में उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगान हेतु अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रगान का सम्मान करें। आज हम सभी भारतीय तथा हमारे मित्र देशों के प्रतिनिधि इतिहास निर्माण के साक्षी हैं। स्वाधीन भारत में राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान एवं अस्मिता का प्रतीक यह नवनिर्मित संसद भवन प्रत्येक देशवासी के लिए मंदिर समान है। इस लोकशाही के मंदिर में सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों का स्वागत करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं राज्यसभा के माननीय उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी को। माननीय श्री हरिवंश जी।
संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के लोकार्पण समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी, भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री HD देवगौड़ा जी, राज्यों के माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण, विभिन्न देशों के राजदूतगण, लोकसभा की पूर्व अध्यक्ष माननीय श्रीमती सुमित्रा महाजन जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के माननीय न्यायाधीशगण, राज्यों के उप मुख्यमंत्रीगण, नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल महोदय, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के माननीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश महोदय, लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के माननीय संसद सदस्यगण, विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों के माननीय अध्यक्षगण, नोबेल पुरस्कार विजेता श्री कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी, टाटा समूह के चेयरपर्सन श्री N चंद्रशेखरन जी, प्रेस और मीडिया के सम्मानित साथियों, उपस्थित गणमान्य अतिथिजन, देवियों और सज्जनों, भारतीय लोकतंत्र के श्रद्धा स्थल भारत की संसद के नए भवन के लोकार्पण समारोह में आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथिजनों का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन। आजाद भारत की अस्मिता और हमारी समृद्ध लोकतांत्रिक विरासत का प्रतीक संसद के इस नए भवन को देश को समर्पित करने के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर आप सभी का स्वागत करना अत्यंत सम्मान और सौभाग्य की बात है, अविस्मरणीय क्षण है। हम सब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आभारी हैं कि आजादी के अमृत काल में उन्होंने अपने कुशल नेतृत्व और असाधारण प्रयासों से स्वतंत्र भारत की जनता की आशाओं और आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप नए संसद भवन की संकल्पना को मूर्त रूप दिया है। इसके लिए अपनी ओर से और समस्त देशवासियों की ओर से उनका हार्दिक धन्यवाद और अभिनंदन। आज हम सब ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर इस भवन के प्रांगण में एकत्रित हैं। हमारे जैसे विशाल और जीवंत लोकतंत्र के लिए यह गर्व का क्षण है। सम्मानित अतिथिगण, हमारा वर्तमान संसद भवन देश की लोकतांत्रिक गतिविधियों का जीवंत केंद्र रहा है, हमारी प्रगति का मार्गदर्शक रहा है। यह भवन भारत की स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति तथा अनेक संविधान निर्माण से लेकर हमारी गौरवशाली लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा के दौरान अनेक ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं का साक्षी रहा है। बदलते समय के साथ माननीय सदस्यगण अपने संसदीय दायित्वों के समुचित निर्वहन के लिए आधुनिक सुविधाओं एवं नई तकनीक से युक्त एक नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता महसूस कर रहे थे। आने वाले वर्षों में परिसीमन के कारण सदस्यों की संख्या में बढ़ोतरी की संभावना एवं संसद की बढ़ती हुई जिम्मेदारियों को देखते हुए वर्तमान संसद भवन में स्थान का अभाव भी महसूस किया जा रहा था। यही कारण है कि संसद के दोनों सदनों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सांसदों की दक्षता बढ़ाने और संसदीय कामकाज की इफिशियंसी बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य से आधुनिक सुविधाओं और संसाधनों से संपन्न एक नए स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट भवन के निर्माण का आग्रह किया था। यह अपार हर्ष का विषय है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी देखरेख में 2.5 वर्षों से भी कम समय में भविष्य की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सक्षम एक आधुनिक संसद भवन तैयार करवाया है। यह भवन ईंट और गारे की संरचना मात्र नहीं है, बल्कि देश की सर्वोच्च चुनी हुई संस्था के रूप में यह भवन देश के नागरिकों की आशाओं, अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का माध्यम है। यह नया भवन अपने आप में वास्तुकला का शानदार उदाहरण है, जिसमें देश की सांस्कृतिक विरासत और विविधता की अद्भुत झलक मिलती है। इसमें हमारी संसद की जरूरतों के अनुरूप सौंदर्य और प्रौद्योगिकी का मिश्रण भी किया गया है। यह भवन त्रिकोणीय आकार के स्थान का अधिकतम उपयोग सुनिश्चित करता है। इसमें लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के कक्षों में पुराने भवन की तुलना में कहीं अधिक लोगों के बैठने का स्थान है। इन कक्षों में प्रत्येक सदस्य के लिए पूरी तरह डिजिटली वायर्ड इंटरनेट प्रोटोकॉल आधारित प्रणाली एवं इंटीग्रेटेड मल्टीमीडिया डिस्प्ले की सुविधा, अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा बटन के साथ मतदान प्रणाली सहित अन्य आधुनिक सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध कराई गई हैं, ताकि माननीय सदस्य अपने कर्तव्यों का दक्षतापूर्वक निर्वहन कर सकें। देश की गौरवशाली लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा में आज का दिन एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। अगले 25 वर्षों में जब हम आजादी का शताब्दी वर्ष मना रहे होंगे, तब इस अमृत काल में निर्मित यह नया संसद भवन हमारे जनप्रतिनिधियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत होगा। इस भवन में बैठकर हमारी संसद देश के स्वर्णिम भविष्य के निर्माण के लिए अनेक कालजयी निर्णय लेगी, और वह दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत आने वाले वर्षों में विश्व के लोकतांत्रिक देशों में शिखर पर होगा और समस्त विश्व को प्रभावी नेतृत्व देगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ यहाँ पधारे सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों का पुनः हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय उपसभापति महोदय। गणमान्य अतिथिगण, संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के निर्माण की अभूतपूर्व कीर्ति गाथा एवं इस कक्ष में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा माननीय अध्यक्ष लोकसभा के आसन की दाहिनी ओर स्थापित ऐतिहासिक और पवित्र सेंगोल के महात्म्य से संबंधित दो विशेष फिल्म प्रस्तुतियां तैयार की गई हैं। पहली फिल्म का शीर्षक संसद का नवनिर्मित भवन तथा दूसरी फिल्म का शीर्षक सेंगोल है। आइए हम इन फिल्म प्रस्तुतियों को देखते हैं।
भारत विविधता का दर्पण, एकता की मूरत और लोकतंत्र की जननी। यहां गणतांत्रिक व्यवस्थाओं के उदाहरण हैं वेदों में। वैशाली की गण परिषद के उत्कोचों में, आचार्य चाणक्य के अर्थशास्त्र में, उत्तरा मेरूर के शिलालेखों में वर्णित चोल साम्राज्य की पंचायत व्यवस्था में, उनकी गणम और वार्यम व्यवस्था में, भगवान बसवेश्वर की अनुभव मंटपम की धारणा में, गण, सभा, गणपति, समिति, लोकपाल जैसे शब्द भारत में हजारों साल से अस्तित्व रखते हैं। स्वरूप बदलता रहा, संस्कार नहीं। बदलते समय के साथ भारत बना विश्व का सबसे विशाल लोकतंत्र, जिसका साक्षी बना हमारा संसद भवन। करीब एक शताब्दी पहले 1927 में औपनिवेशिक हितों के लिए यह काउंसिल हाउस बना। देश आजाद हुआ, ये भारत की संसद बनी। यहीं पर हमारा संविधान रचा गया। आज यहीं से लोकसभा के 545 और राज्यसभा के 245 सदस्य भारत के नागरिकों का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। विचार विमर्श की तंदुरुस्त प्रक्रिया से देश को दिशा दिखाती है ये गोल आकार संसद। इतिहास की कई अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धियों का साक्षी संसद भवन। समय के साथ यहां पर्याप्त जगह और सुविधाओं का अभाव होने लगा था। आधुनिक तकनीक का क्रियान्वयन चुनौतीपूर्ण हो रहा था। ऐसे में विगत कई दशकों से कई सरकारों ने नए भवन की आवश्यकता को महसूस किया, पर इसे साकार करने का साहस किया गया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में। और 10 दिसंबर 2020 को संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन की आधारशिला रखी गई। 2.5 वर्ष से भी कम समय में 65,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले इस भवन का लगभग 60,000 श्रमवीरों द्वारा 23 लाख मानव दिवस से भी अधिक सृजित रोजगार से निर्माण कार्य पूरा किया गया, जो अपने आप में कीर्तिमान है।
भारतीयों द्वारा भारतीयता के विचार से ओतप्रोत भारत के संसद भवन के निर्माण का शुभारंभ हमारी लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं के सबसे अहम पड़ाव में से एक है।
नए भारत के हर नागरिक की आकांक्षाओं और उज्जवल भविष्य को समर्पित संसद के नए भवन का निर्माण मौजूदा संसद भवन के प्रांगण में ही किया गया है। आने वाले समय में संसद के नए और मौजूदा भवन एक दूसरे के पूरक होंगे। इस भवन में प्रवेश के 6 द्वार हैं। जो भारतीय सभ्यता के अनुसार प्रकृति को अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करते हैं। मकर और हंस यानी जल को नमन, शार्दुल और गरुड़ यानी नभ को नमस्कार, अश्व और गज यानी थल को प्रणाम। संसद के नए भवन का नया विराट लोकसभा कक्ष, जो राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर से प्रेरित है। इसका आकार मौजूदा लोकसभा से लगभग 2 गुना बड़ा है। नया राज्यसभा कक्ष राष्ट्रीय पुष्प कमल से प्रेरित है। जिसका आकार भी मौजूदा राज्यसभा कक्ष से लगभग 1.5 गुना बड़ा है। ये भवन देश की जनता को समर्पित है। इसलिए लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में जनता के स्वागत के लिए विशाल दर्शक दीर्घा का निर्माण किया गया है। अत्याधुनिक डिजिटल उपकरण दोनों सदनों की सुविधाओं को नया आयाम देते हैं। यहां सदन की कार्यवाही को विभिन्न भाषाओं में सुना और पढ़ा जा सकता है। सदस्यों के लिए बायोमेट्रिक की सुविधा है। वोटिंग के परिणाम और सदन की कार्यवाही के प्रसारण के लिए विशाल मल्टीमीडिया डिस्प्ले, ऑटोमेटिक कैमरा कंट्रोल और कमांड सेंटर का भी निर्माण किया गया है। ये नया स्मार्ट भवन पूरी तरह से पेपरलेस है। इस भवन के एक भाग में लोकसभा है, दूसरे में राज्यसभा। और इस भवन का केंद्र समर्पित है हर भारतीय को, जिनके लिए सेंट्रल फॉयर में बना है संविधान कक्ष, जहां वे भारत में लोकतंत्र के अतीत से वर्तमान की यात्रा का अनुभव कर सकते हैं। यहीं भारत के संविधान की डिजिटल प्रतिरूपी भी रखी गई है। इसी सेंट्रल फॉयर में ऊपर की त्रिकोणीय छत से सूर्य की किरणें ब्रह्मांड का भ्रमण करते हुए पेंडुलम क्लॉक पर गिरती हैं। ये किरणें बरगद के पेड़ को नहलाती हैं और सदस्यों के लिए निर्मित कक्ष, पुस्तकालय, भोजन कक्ष में फैल जाती हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के प्रतीक इस भवन के निर्माण में भारत के हर भाग ने अपनी भागीदारी निभाई है। कहीं महाराष्ट्र की सागौन की लकड़ी सजी है, उन्हीं से दोनों सदन में अशोक चक्र भी बना है। कहीं राजस्थान का शानदार स्टोन वर्क, कहीं उत्तर प्रदेश की कालीन बिछी है, कहीं त्रिपुरा की बैम्बू वुड फ्लोरिंग, वहीं सफेद मार्बल गुजरात से आया है। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना से प्रेरित सभी वर्गों, प्रांतों ने मिलकर बनाया है ये भवन। ये भवन इको फ्रेंडली होने के साथ साथ भूकंप रोधक भी है। 1700 से अधिक दरवाजे, खिड़कियां हैं। 3.5 किलोमीटर लंबे बिल्डिंग कॉरिडोर्स हैं। ये भवन विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत संगम है। एक तरफ यहां सुरक्षा और सुविधा के लिए स्मार्ट फीचर्स और स्मार्ट एक्सेस की व्यवस्था है, वहीं भारत की प्राचीन कलाओं का अद्भुत एकीकरण भी है।
तो नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण का गवाह बनेगा। पुराने संसद भवन में देश की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए काम हुआ, तो नए भवन में 21वीं सदी के भारत की आकांक्षाएं पूरी की जाएगी।
नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास को बढ़ाता, विकसित भारत के संकल्प को गति देता। ये है हम भारतीयों का संसद भवन।
आज का ये दिन महत्वपूर्ण है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक नया इतिहास रचा है। पूर्व की कई सरकारों ने नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता पर चर्चा की थी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इस पर विचार किया और नए भारत के निर्माण की अपनी दूरदर्शिता के साथ उन्होंने नए संसद भवन का निर्माण कराया, जो हमारी विरासत और परंपराओं को आधुनिकता से जोड़ती है।
साथियों, नए संसद भवन का निर्माण नूतन और पुरातन के सह अस्तित्व का उदाहरण है।
ये नई संरचना लगभग 59,000 श्रम वीरों के योगदान से बनाई गई है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने राष्ट्र की ओर से उनका आभार प्रकट किया है। 75 वर्ष पहले की स्वतंत्रता की भावना को पुनर्जीवित करते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने आज तमिलनाडु के अधीनमों से सेंगोल को स्वीकार किया है। सेंगोल राष्ट्र के लिए न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष शासन का स्मरण कराता है। सेंगोल तमिल शब्द सेमई से लिया गया है, जिसका अर्थ है नीति परायणता। इसके शीर्ष पर न्याय के प्रतीक पवित्र नंदी अपनी अचल दृष्टि में विराजित हैं। ये वही सेंगोल है जिसे श्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने 14 अगस्त 1947 की रात को थिरुवावडथुरई आदीनम से एक अनुष्ठान के माध्यम से स्वीकार किया था, जिसका आयोजन भारतीय सभ्यता के अनुसार किया गया था। उसके बाद इस पवित्र सेंगोल को यथोचित सम्मान और स्थान न मिल सका, जो मिलना चाहिए था। कहानी मुड़ती है तमिलनाडु के कांचीपुरम की ओर, जहां पूजनीय कांची मठ का आसन है। 15 अगस्त 1978 मठ के 68वें प्रमुख परम पावन श्री चंद्रशेखरेंद्र सरस्वती स्वामीगढ़, जो महापेरियवा अर्थात प्रबुद्ध ज्येष्ठ के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, वे सेंगोल वृतांत को स्मरण करते हुए अपने अनुयायी डॉक्टर आर सुब्रमण्यम से इसका वर्णन करते हैं, जिसे उन्होंने अपनी किताब में स्थान दिया है। महापेरियवा ने बताया कि स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर सेंगोल ने एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई थी। हमारे इतिहास की किताबों में यह तथ्य अवश्य होना चाहिए था, लेकिन गत कई वर्षों में कहीं भी इसका उल्लेख नहीं किया गया है। एक बार इस अद्भुत संस्मरण के सार्वजनिक होने पर तमिल मीडिया व प्रकाशनों ने इसे अपने संपादनों और वेबसाइटों में वरीयता दी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री एक परंपरागत प्रतीक की खोज में थे। तत्पश्चात सेंगोल ने उनका ध्यान आकर्षण किया। उन्होंने इसकी जांच करवाई, जिसका प्रमाण मीडिया विश्लेषणों और पुस्तकों में मिला। आखिरकार सेंगोल की खोज पूरी हुई। यह ऐतिहासिक सेंगोल इलाहाबाद संग्रहालय में मिला। ये चोला साम्राज्य से चली आ रही हमारी भारतीय सभ्यतागत प्रथा है। चोला सदियों तक हमारे उपमहाद्वीप के अग्रणी साम्राज्यों में से एक थे। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि सेंगोल के प्राप्तकर्ता के पास न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष रूप से शासन करने का आदेश होता है, जिसे तमिल में आणई कहा जाता है। इस विचार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री प्रभावित हुए। उनके अनुसार जनता के लिए चुने गए लोगों को इस आदेश को कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए। उन्होंने यह निश्चय किया कि इस अद्वितीय प्रतीक को अमृत काल के प्रतिबिंब के रूप में अपनाया जाना चाहिए, ताकि राष्ट्र अनंत संभावनाओं से परिपूर्ण रहे। सेंगोल को आज सुबह संसद में उसके सुयोग्य स्थान पर स्थापित किया गया। यह सभी के लिए भारत सरकार के न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष शासन के अटूट संकल्प का स्मरण कराता है। इस दृढ़ता के साथ भारत विश्व गुरु के रूप में अपना यथोचित स्थान ग्रहण करने की ओर बढ़ रहा है।
अब मैं भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी एवं माननीय सभापति राज्यसभा श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी के शुभकामना संदेश पाठ के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं माननीय उपसभापति राज्यसभा श्री हरिवंश जी को। माननीय हरिवंश जी।
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति संदेश। भारतीय लोकतंत्र की अभूतपूर्व विकास यात्रा की इस महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक घड़ी और गौरव क्षण में पूरे देश को हार्दिक बधाई देते हुए मुझे अपार खुशी है। हमारा मौजूदा संसद भवन आज़ादी मिलने से आज दुनिया की एक बड़ी ताकत के रूप में भारत की पहचान बनने तक की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा का गवाह है। मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि इस अमृत काल के दौर में बना नया संसद भवन आगे भी हमारी तेज प्रगति का साक्षी रहेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने से लेकर जनता की मूलभूत सभी जरूरतों की पूर्ति तक, देशवासियों को सशक्त बनाने से लेकर समग्र गरीबी उन्मूलन तक, यह गौरवशाली भवन भावी दशकों के दौरान अनेक ऐतिहासिक पलों का अध्याय लिखेगा। नई संसद हमारी शाश्वत धाराओं का प्रतीक है। यह हमारी समृद्ध भारतीय वास्तुशिल्प, परंपरा एवं सांस्कृतिक विरासत के साथ प्रगति विकास के लिए आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को सर्वोत्तम तरीके से आत्मसात करने की हमारी क्षमता को भी प्रदर्शित करता है। वैश्विक कोविड महामारी से उत्पन्न चुनौतियां हमारे कर्मठ व प्रतिबद्ध श्रम शक्ति के अटल संकल्प को रोकने में विफल रहीं। यह भव्य देशज नई संसद गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति के हमारे राष्ट्रीय संकल्प का भी प्रतीक है। मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि हमारी संसद का नया भवन भारतीय मूल्यों संस्कारों का प्रकाश स्तंभ है। इसमें हमारे मुल्क की विविधता, देश के हर कोने से लाई गई कलाकृतियां व मूर्तियां हैं, जो भारतीय कला तथा संस्कृति की श्रेष्ठतम प्रदर्शनी के रूप में इसकी भव्यता में चार चांद लगाती हैं। संसद को लोकतंत्र का मंदिर कहा जाता है। यह वर्तमान और भावी पीढ़ियों की आकांक्षाओं, हसरतों की सुचारू पूर्ति सुनिश्चित करने के साथ ही सनातन परंपराओं तथा श्रेष्ठ लोकतांत्रिक मानकों के संरक्षक के रूप में भी काम करता है। संसद का यह भवन देश के कोने कोने के भिन्न भिन्न श्रेष्ठ विचारों को प्रतिबिंबित करेगा। इनके बीच राष्ट्रीय सहमति बनाने की दिशा में इसका अमूल्य योगदान होगा। मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि संसद का नया भवन नीतियों और विधानों के माध्यम से देश के हाशिए के लोगों को विशेष तरजीह देते हुए सभी देशवासियों की आवश्यकताओं और आकांक्षाओं का सक्रियता से समाधान सुनिश्चित करेगा। इस तरह भारत की बुनियादी प्रतिबद्धता को और सुदृढ़ करेगा। यह मुल्क लोकतंत्र का पालना है। दुनिया के सबसे पुराने और बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देश के रूप में भारत लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों और प्रक्रियाओं के वैश्विक फैलाव और संरक्षण में सहायक रहा है। मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि सम्मान, महिमा, विज्ञान, महान संस्कृति का प्रतीक संसद का नया भवन लोकतंत्र को जीवंत रखने एवं सुदृढ़ करने की दिशा में हमारे सतत प्रयासों को पुनः नई ऊर्जा और बल देगा और सफलता का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। यह कहते हुए मुझे अपार खुशी है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जो आजादी के बाद जन्म लेने वाले हमारे मुल्क के पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं, इस शानदार भवन का लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि मैं अक्सर कहता हूं और मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि संसद लोकतंत्र का मार्गदर्शक ध्रुव तारा यानी नॉर्थ स्टार है। संसद लोगों के जनादेश को प्रतिबिंबित करने वाला सबसे प्रामाणिक मंच है। किसी देश की नियति को दिशा देने में इसकी निर्णायक भूमिका असंदिग्ध है और यह प्रजातंत्र का मूल मंत्र और सार है। तकनीकी रूप से सशक्त संसद निश्चित रूप से संसद सदस्यों को राष्ट्र की नियति को आकार देने के लिए अपनी ऊर्जा और प्रतिभा को श्रेष्ठतम रूप से उजागर करने में सक्षम बनाएगी, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को प्रस्फुटित करना सुनिश्चित करेगी, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर के रूप में संसद की उदात्तता को बढ़ाएगी। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि नया भवन भविष्य की भावी चुनौतियों के बीच भारत का पथ प्रदर्शक बनेगा, हमारी साझा उमंगों, आकांक्षाओं और अभिलाषाओं को सार्थक और सशक्त दिशा देगा। हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। अंत में देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी आदरणीय श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का हस्ताक्षर, दिनांक 28 मई 2023 नई दिल्ली।
शुभकामना संदेश हेतु माननीय